civilians and the mobilized forces.
But Blinken won't be doing that job much longer. And Republicans criticize what he's doing as a last gasp of a failed policy. Senator Josh Hawley tells Fox.
This administration is already risking World War III by greenlighting the use of American weapons into Russian territory.
Ukraine using those long-range missiles prompted Russia to use a new type of missile launched into Ukraine. And that is not the only escalation.
When you look at what's happened, you've got the North Koreans involved by providing troops. You've got the Iranians involved. You've got the Chinese involved.
Keith Kellogg is going to be President-elect Trump's special envoy to Ukraine and Russia when that administration takes over January 20th.
The makeup of the war has expanded, and it's time we kind of put it back in a box, not only for American security, but for global security.
But how to do that is a big question. President-elect Trump has said he could work out a deal to end the war quickly.
What we have seen over the last month or so are both sides, in some sense, getting more aggressive, because that's what you do before negotiation. You want to put yourselves in the best position possible.
Benjamin Hall is a senior Fox News correspondent who won a Patriot Award for courage for his recovery from being wounded reporting from the war front in Ukraine. More on that later. Ahead of tonight's awards, he is still covering that war's developments.
So we've seen the Ukrainians have been allowed to fire the ATACMS U.S. missiles into Russia. We've seen Russian forces throw even more troops at trying to take land back in Donetsk. Every side trying to get into the best position for what is definitely going to be a negotiation. And just in the last week, President Zelensky has admitted in a few interviews that he is ready to negotiate. Up till this point, he had said he would only negotiate if Russia was to leave all of Ukraine. Now he is saying, and in his words, lives are more important than land. And if he were to have either Ukraine as a member of NATO or be under NATO umbrella security, then he would talk about negotiations. So it's a key moment now where he's admitted that.
But, you know, there was a NATO meeting again this week, and trying to put more military support behind Ukraine in this fight. Yet, there's talk that NATO might be off the table. NATO membership might be off the table in Trump negotiations.
No, it is off the table. Again, it is a position where Zelensky is starting. But look, Turkey, Hungary, two countries of NATO who will never, we think, allow Ukraine to come in part of the group. Some people are saying that how can you allow even half of you, or 80% of Ukraine, to be in NATO when Russia controls the other 20%?
Yeah.
In that case, some people point back to Germany when NATO was first founded, and they said, well, actually, West Germany was allowed to be in NATO and East Germany was not. So there is precedent for NATO covering half a country, in a sense. But no, a NATO membership is definitely not going to happen, and nor did they agree that or even talk about that at the NATO summit this week. But European countries are quietly, the UK and France, talking about perhaps maybe even putting some of their own troops inside Ukraine as part of a long-term ceasefire deal. So not saying that will happen, but countries are looking at ways of offering Ukraine full-time support, military support, if they reach a negotiation. Because the greatest worry for many countries is that, you know, you come to a negotiation with Putin, but if you don't beef up Ukraine's army, he will wait a few years and invade again. So if you will find a negotiation position, how can you prevent Putin from going further in the future?
So you've met and you've spoken to President Zelensky. You went back to Ukraine after your recovery. Did you get any sense that he's willing to give up that land? I mean, he's talked over and over again about never giving in.
Well, and certainly at that point, when I spoke to him, this was almost a year ago now, no, he was not willing to, because he had the US and President Biden saying, not giving enough that Ukraine would win, but giving enough so that they wouldn't lose, which is actually maybe the worst of all worlds, because it left Ukraine in a difficult position. But back then, no, he thought that they could keep fighting. Now he knows, because President Trump has made it clear that he wants to end the war. And he said to both sides, General Keith Kayal, who President Trump has chosen to be the special envoy for Ukraine, wrote a big piece on it back in April. What he is saying is what we expect President Trump to follow, which is he will say to President Putin, come to the table and negotiate, or I will give the Ukrainians everything they need to push you back. And what he's saying to Zelensky is, go to the negotiating table, or we will pull everything away from you. So there's a carrot and stick and incentives on both sides. So there's definitely incentives for both sides to go and talk. The question is, can they figure out any kind of a peace deal that they can be satisfied with.
There has to be war fatigue in both countries, Russia and Ukraine, but in Ukraine specifically, which has been under attack all these months and months and months, over 1,000 days of war. If they are able to end this, they do have the prospect of people who fled the country coming back. Right? Wouldn't that help Ukraine's economy and help it recover?
Yeah, look, and the economy of Ukraine is really shattered at the moment, and people are looking ahead to the future. There is war fatigue, that's without a doubt, more so on the Ukrainian side. Russia has almost unlimited number of soldiers that it can keep throwing at the front lines, and that Putin, over the last couple of months, has thrown more than he has so far. The death toll among Russian soldiers at the moment is higher than they think it has been all along, because, again, they're trying to take as much land before any negotiation. But Putin takes all of his soldiers from far off in the rural areas of Russia, where, unlimited number of supply of people who keep coming. Ukraine has a much smaller population, and they are really, really feeling the hit at the moment. The US has asked Ukraine to reduce its conscription age from 25 to 18. President Zelensky can't do that because he knows that the domestic opinion will turn against him if he starts making 18-year-olds sign up. So they're in a really difficult position domestically. President Zelensky's favorability has dropped down a lot as well. So Ukraine is really on the back foot at the moment, and they're not getting the weapons they really need, and that's why both sides are being fatigued. But I would say at the moment, it is Ukraine that is more so.
We talk about him giving up land, Zelensky, but in recent months, Ukraine's taken over some areas across the border of Russia. Is Putin willing to give that up?
Well, that was a really interesting move by the Ukrainians. Again, that was positioning Ukraine ahead of negotiations. So now Zelensky can say, we want some of the land you hold in Ukraine back, and we will give you the land in Russia that we hold. It's a very interesting move. They had hoped that to defend that part of Russia, the Kursk region, that Putin would have to move troops away from fighting in Donetsk to get it back. He didn't really. He's kind of allowed them to hold it. In fact, he sent North Korean soldiers to try and win back that part of Russia. So they captured that part of Russia, both as a negotiating tool, but also they hoped it would pull back troops from the front lines. It has not done that. But again, they are positioning themselves ahead of a negotiation and what they can give back. But it is almost certain that that will be part of the negotiation, and Ukraine will hand that back in exchange for what, we don't know.
And we don't know how long. I mean, in February, it'll be 3 years of war. Is there a chance that it's still raging on that anniversary date, do you think?
In March. It's a good question.
Because it was late February, right?
Late February.
But yes. March, I know that really was really ramped up bigger then.
Yes, I say March stands out because it was when I was injured, but it started in February, you're right. Yes, I think it will still be going on to a certain degree. I think President Trump comes in January. Within a month, I think he will be trying to arrange a summit. President Trump likes, person-to-person, eye-to-eye diplomacy, and I think he will try and arrange this is just my guesswork. You think he will try and arrange a big summit where Putin, Zelensky, and Trump will be present?
All at the same table. You really think that could happen?
I think that's the kind of diplomacy we've seen President Trump do before. He's transactional, and he will lay down what's happening. And so when that happens, by February, I don't know. But I think Trump might also issue warnings that if Russia escalates, could he respond by giving Ukraine more weapons? We don't quite know President Trump's policy, but one thing is certain, and that he intends to stop the war, and he'll do so no matter how.
Now, we mentioned tonight, Benjamin Hall, he'll be at the Patriot Awards, streamed on Fox Nation at 8 p.m. Eastern. This year, he's a presenter. But in 2022, months after being nearly killed reporting from the Ukraine war front, he was a recipient of the Patriot Award for courage.
Benjamin Hall is courageous because every day since that day, he has battled the unknown and proven his own doubts wrong.
That's Johnny Joey Jones, who's also an amputee after being wounded in the war in Afghanistan years ago. He'll be joining Ben on stage tonight.
Well, I was greatly honored to win an award, of course, and I always try and shift the focus to other people. There were so many people who showed courage to come and find me and get me and save me from Ukraine, and I often thought that they were the ones who should be receiving this award for courage. So, look, I'm grateful that I received it, but what an honor for me today to be giving an award out for courage, and we're giving it out to an absolutely amazing person, and I hope you'll tune in later to find out who that is. But look, I think it is really important in life to commend people, remind people, to show people who are doing great things. And I think that should spread amongst our community and our society. And we should applaud people who do that. And that's what the Patriot Awards is about. It's about Americans who do remarkable things to save people around them and to make communities stronger. And that's what we need to focus on. Look, I think we live in somewhat of a divided, cracked world at the moment, and people are on different sides of so many arguments, but the moral backbone is still there, and the Patriot Awards looks at that. It looks at people who have those morals and who shine as a result of them, and we need to celebrate that, and that's what we'll be doing tonight. So it should be a great, great show, really. If you can tune in, do, because big guest President Trump will be there as well, receiving the Patriot of the Year award, and numerous other great Americans there who've done great things for this country.
The Fox Nation Patriot Awards, 8 p.m. Eastern Time from Long Island University in New York. Benjamin Hall is going to be there. Fox News senior correspondent who was recovered from his war wounds. I have to ask, how are you doing, by the way? I'm
doing really well, never better, to be honest. Physically, feel as healthy as I've ever been. I'm walking well. I'm learning how to run. But more importantly, I've just had my wife and I've just had a fourth baby.
Oh, congratulations.
So, you must never let anything in life stop you. If you get knocked down, you stand up and you keep going. And, we always knew we wanted 4 babies. We weren't sure after my injuries, but we said, absolutely, we will. And so, I barely survived, but there is another life in this world because I did survive, and that just means so much to me and my family. So thank you. We're doing really well.
Well, Benjamin Hall, you are an inspiration. I mean that sincerely. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Were you aware that more strokes occur between November and February than any other 4-month period in the year? The holidays can be stressful, disruptive of routines, then lots of overindulgence in many cases, of course. So there's no better time to do something easy to manage your heart health at home, between doctor's visits, even while traveling. KardioMobile 6L is a small, medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. It records 6 lead EKGs in seconds, and it's FDA cleared to detect AFib, a leading cause of stroke. Now, you might be thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you can afford it, because KardioMobile 6L, while recording 6 times the heart data of any smartwatch, comes at a fraction of the cost of smartwatches. And now through the end of the year, you can get KardioMobile 6L for just $109. Just go to Kardia.com, that's Kardia.com, or Amazon, and order your KardioMobile 6L today. With this limited time offer, there's no better time to take care of your heart and its health than this holiday season. Sponsored by AliveCor.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates, real solutions for real people.
My dad, Len, always says, the minute you get in a car, everyone, front and back, should buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a car accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope you never meet us because of an accident. But if you do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyer.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
At Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, the Child Life Services Department makes it possible for patients to experience the joys of childhood while in the hospital. With your support, the children at CHOP can enjoy books, toys, music, and arts therapy, holidays, and birthday celebrations while undergoing procedures and treatment. Child Life is the team of people who comfort kids at CHOP when they need comforting the most. They are the patient's best friends and the parent's greatest gift. Donate now. Text CHOP to 51555. That's CHOP to 51555.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. In fact, we can't wait to share our way of life with new friends. It's no secret that we are known as one of the happiest communities in the country. Virginia Beach is a friendly hug, a warm handshake, a hearty laugh, and a healthy dose of the unexpected. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place, and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Power up the holiday and give a gift from the top of their wish list. Visit your local Steel dealer today or shop online at steelusa.com.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, December 5th, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. More meetings with senators, with Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth as he's surrounded with even more controversy. Fox's Aisha Hosni's got more from Capitol Hill.
President-elect Trump's defense pick, Pete Hegseth, telling Fox News he is staying in Washington for now to continue courting senators, despite reports that he was planning to visit Mar-a-Lago on Thursday to speak directly to Trump. Hegseth is battling allegations of sexual misconduct and a drinking problem, both of which he denies. He says he's not backing out. Hegseth met with GOP leader John Thune and incoming Armed Services Chairman Roger Wicker, who said Hegseth offered to stop drinking altogether if he's confirmed. He also came face-to-face with Senator Joni Ernst, a sexual assault survivor and a female combat veteran.
Hegseth says that he has spoken with President-elect Trump, who's told him to, quote, stay in the fight. Rockefeller Center in New York City holding its Christmas tree lighting ceremony Wednesday night to ring in the holiday season. Kelly Clarkson hosting NBC's Christmas at Rockefeller Center and counted down the moments until the lighting, followed by a choir singing Joy to the World. The tree is 74-foot Norway spruce from Stockbridge, Massachusetts. It'll be on display until mid-January. And for what will be his last time in office, President Biden lighting up the national Christmas tree tonight in D.C. Fox's Jill Nato.
Thousands of people who won tickets in an online lottery are expected for the lighting of the national Christmas tree at the Ellipse near the White House. President Biden to be joined for the ceremony by singers Trisha Yearwood, James Taylor, and more. The tree's a 35-foot red spruce from the George Washington and Jefferson National Forests in Virginia.
I'm Ted Lindner on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dom Giordano.
People constantly calling in the station today. Get Presler. What are you thinking about next? What does Scott Presler want to do next?
2026 is around the corner.
Yes.
And the governorship is there, 2028, to elect J.D. Vance as the next president of the United States. I mean, I'm always forward-thinking. The gears are always turning.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free free Odyssey app.
There's a chill in the air. You flip on the heat, and nothing. And why does it always happen right after you've finally gotten cozy? For as little as $13 a month, Oliver will keep your home's heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical systems in check year-round. And guess what? Membership also comes with yearly inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, plus priority emergency service.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rural stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rural stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rural, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rural.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out. You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out. I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Records across the board on Wall Street Wednesday. The Dow gained 309 points to close above 45,000 for the first time ever, officially 45,014 and change. The Dow's 48th record close of the year. The S&P 500 hitting a fourth straight record close. It's 56th of the year after gaining 37, and the Nasdaq gained 254 for its 35th record close of the year. Apple, Amazon, and Meta also all closed at record highs. Fed Chair Jerome Powell saying the economy looks better now than it did when the Fed began cutting interest rates in September, and it can now move more slowly in reducing interest rates. Private businesses created 146,000 new jobs in November, according to ADP. Those figures below forecast, but still indicative of a mostly stable labor market. Don't forget, the very important November jobs report comes out tomorrow morning. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Tennessee's law banning gender transition health care for minors was before the Supreme Court Wednesday after the parents of a transgender teenager in the state sued. The state law bans a medical procedure for the purpose of enabling a minor to identify with or live as an identity inconsistent with the minor's sex. This includes with the use of puberty blockers or hormone therapy. Justice Sonia Sotomayor stopped Tennessee's Solicitor General Matthew Rice at one point during arguments.
The question of how many minors have to have their bodies irreparably harmed for unproven benefits is one that is best left.
I'm sorry, counselor. Every medical treatment has a risk, even taking aspirin.
She said there would always be a percentage of the population that would suffer medical harm, so she said the question should not be whether one person's life is more valuable than the millions of others who might get relief from a treatment. Justice Samuel Alito asked Chase Strangio, the attorney for the family of the transgender teenager, about the Cass report, an investigation into transgender health for minors in the UK.
On page 195 of the Cass report, it says, there is no evidence that gender affirmative treatments reduce suicide.
What I think that is referring to is there is no evidence in the studies that this treatment reduces completed suicide.
Now, outside court, South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson defended Tennessee's law as they consider a similar one for their state.
What is at stake right now is, can states pass reasonable laws that protect and promote the health and welfare of children? We pass laws that place reasonable restrictions on whether parents can put their children in the front of the car. We pass laws that put restrictions on whether or not a child can buy a tobacco product or an alcohol product.
But Land O'Legal's chief legal officer, Jenny Pizer, also outside court, said this wasn't about protecting anyone.
It's about doing something to impose a preferred normative view of gender on children and their families.
Tennessee's attorney general insisted the law targets the potential harm of medical procedures, not on the basis of sex.
Doctors within Tennessee, their argument is that there is still a dispute. There's a debate.
Shannon Bream is the anchor of Fox News Sunday, host of the Live in the Bream podcast, and our chief legal correspondent.
We'll talk a little bit more about that later, going on in a number of places, a number of studies about the efficacy of these hormone treatments and the long-term impact. And so what Tennessee is arguing is, listen, we have studies and research that we've seen that there are risks, and we have made the decision to weigh the benefits and the risk and decided as a state, when it comes to young people, we don't think minors can have a full appreciation of things that they're doing that may permanently change them and be irreversible. So Tennessee's argument is we have a right to regulate the medical industry when it comes to benefits and harms, and in this respect, with, you know, a special focus on young people.
And on the other side, the argument had to do with, my understanding is, the 14th Amendment, that those defending transgender minors said this was not about protecting children, that the state was targeting them based on what, gender, and that is the problem here, that violates the Constitution?
Right. And not to get too wonky, but, you know, the argument from the other side was that this is sex-based, essentially, discrimination. And, you know, some of the justices would counter and say, well, no, whether it's a young boy or a young girl who wants to seek treatment that is strictly for transitioning purposes, hormone treatment. And listen, they allow that hormone treatment can be used for all kinds of, you know, legitimate medical issues. that aren't in dispute or up for debate or disagreement. This law does not block that. But what it does is say that minors who were seeking these hormone treatments for the purpose of transitioning, that's what they're banning. But yeah, the other side said, it's sex-based discrimination, essentially. But again, as I started to say, some of the justices would say, no, whether a boy or a girl seeks this treatment in order to transition to the opposite gender or sex. And gosh, everybody was trying to be very specific with their language in the arguments because it can get confusing. That's a situation where it's not based on sex that somebody's being discriminated against. It's, if anything, they would argue it's about age and an age classification.
Yes, I was just going to say I'm not a lawyer. You are. But just on its face, that does seem to complicate things. If you're arguing sex-based discrimination, that you have to pick a sex, right? And what you're saying is, well, both are at issue here.
Yeah, and that certainly was not something everybody agreed on, but I think that it was, I'm trying to remember at this point, I think it was at one point Justice Alito who was saying, well, whether a boy or a girl comes in and wants the treatment, it's not based on their sex that they're being denied, because boys and girls would both be denied in some of these cases. But really it is about, you could argue, age. There were times that they were going circular with each other, especially there were a couple of long periods with Justice Jackson, and she was very passionately engaged on this issue, but she and the Tennessee Solicitor General, who was defending the law, really just kept going in circles, to the point where, from where I'm sitting, I look and I see some of the folks who are in, the audience there kind of throwing up their hands like they're just talking past each other on trying to get to some definitions they could agree on.
Which way did you sense the court leaning, or rather, what piqued your ears as to some of the questions that we heard from some of the justices? I know they always make comments, but did you hear anything that sort of piqued your interest more than others?
Well, we kind of look at the court now that it feels like it's split in 3 threes. It's not a 6-3. Often it's a 3-3-3. So we often think of Justices Gorsuch, Alito, and Thomas sticking together, and then Justices Roberts and Barrett and Gorsuch sticking together, and then we have Justices Kagan and Sotomayor and Jackson often sticking together. We did not hear a peep from Justice Gorsuch, and he made a lot of headlines for an opinion a couple of years ago. He wrote Bostock. This was a decision that essentially said federal discrimination laws do extend protections to people, not just simply based on their biological sex, but based on what they said was sexual orientation or gender identity. He did not say one word, which is unusual for him. Did not ask one question, did not tip his hat once. But I would say the other 5 Republican-appointed justices had tough questions that seemed to indicate they were open to upholding this Tennessee law.
Does that indicate to you that this may end up coming down to a decision, or rather centering around a discussion that's less over transgender issues and more over states' rights issues, or was obviously there's an intersectionality here, right? The basis of the argument, transgender minors and whether or not they can transition, and but is this about whether a state can deny that?
There was definitely a big argument about whether this is something that the Constitution speaks to or whether this is left to states. And the states are pretty evenly split on this. And, you've got 25, 26, depending on how you do the count, who have banned or limited in some way transgender treatments for minors or for underage people, not for adults. But there are other states who have, more broadly said, we want to be sort of a sanctuary for this kind of thing if you're seeking this kind of treatment and can't get it in your home state. So the country's pretty evenly divided on this when you look at what states have done. And, there were several times that a number of the conservative justices would say, why are we to step in the middle of this? Leave it to the legislative process and let states decide this. Justice Sotomayor came back to that at one point saying, wait a minute, if we want to say the statistic is that 1% of people in the U.S. are transgender, how are they ever going to be able to rely on the legislative process? She specifically pointed to Black Americans, to women, for a long time being in much greater numbers, obviously, than 1%, and still having a really hard time to struggle for some of their rights and to fight for that. So she seemed very skeptical about whether the trans community should be looking to and relying on the state legislatures to make sure that their voices are represented.
Fascinating. Talk to me about this class of people, right? When we hear different arguments go before courts, especially in the federal system, and once they get to the Supreme Court, we often hear about strict scrutiny being applied to different groups of people based on race or based on sex. My understanding is that factors in here that this group of people, transgender individuals in the United States, are subject to something called heightened scrutiny. So that means that this case or they within this case get a different level of consideration, or their protection, their legal protection is considered different?
Well, what it does is look at the law that's been passed and say, you know, there are different levels, and heightened scrutiny is considered kind of an intermediate scrutiny. Strict scrutiny is the highest level of judicial review, which it looks at laws that potentially impact fundamental rights and say, all right, the government, the state here has got to come forward with a really compelling interest if they're going to intrude on this area of rights. Now, the lower courts didn't use heightened scrutiny, and that's what those who oppose this Tennessee law are arguing. And, you know, the Solicitor General started out saying, we don't even think the Supreme Court should hear this case because the lower courts didn't use the right level of scrutiny. So they said, our argument is you send it back down and tell them this is the level of scrutiny that you used. It wasn't tough enough on the Tennessee law. I don't know that the Supreme Court would do that because there were, you know, at least one of the justices said, listen, you know, even if we send it back, it's going to be back here in a year. So why don't we just decide it now? So listen, that's one of the options, and you always have to keep in mind they've done this in the last couple of years, sent some really big cases back down without deciding them. But it seemed like their appetite, at least most of them, was to, no, let's just go ahead. And even if we change the level of scrutiny that we're going to apply to this law, let's do it here and decide it here.
Fascinating. Finally, Europe. I'm not used to Republicans holding up modern day decision making in Europe as an example for a lot of things. But in this case, they were saying, hey, let's look at some European countries. They'd been leading the way on gender transition medical care, and places like Sweden and the UK, they're backing off now. It looks like Spain is full speed ahead on transition care for minors. But what did we hear from, you know, within the court about this consideration about what Europe's doing?
I think that Justice Alito was the first one who broached this, and he was saying to the Solicitor General, which represents the government, you know, the Biden administration intervened in this case. It started with some private plaintiffs who were young people, their parents, and a doctor who does trans treatment and all of that for young people. But the government intervened. The Justice Department got involved and said, hey, we feel like we've got an interest here in fighting against Tennessee. So the Biden administration, represented by the Solicitor General, and Justice Alito said, you know, in your opening of your brief, you say it's uncontested, that there are benefits and that this must be done for young people to save them from suicide and depression. And he said, actually, there's a lot of debate still ongoing about this. And he introduced the, you know, studies in the UK and Sweden and saying, look, they've decided that the risks in many cases do not they are outweighing the benefits here. And so they're pulling back and they're limiting this care. And so he pointed to them. It came up again with Justice Kavanaugh later, and he said, yeah, we can't act like this debate is over. It's not settled. There's a lot that's gone on overseas. And he said it's a yellow light, maybe even a red light for us, that if these people were the leading proponents of transition care and treatment for young people, and now they're saying, whoa, 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 we found some serious problems, shouldn't the U.S. Allow these states to make their own decisions and put pauses where they think it scientifically or medically, in their judgment, makes sense?
Shannon Breen, thank you so much for your time.
Great to be with you, Jess.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Were you aware that more strokes occur between November and February than any other 4-month period in the year? The holidays can be stressful, disruptive of routines, then lots of overindulgence in many cases, of course. So there's no better time to do something easy to manage your heart health at home, between doctor's visits, even while traveling. KardioMobile 6L is a small, medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. It records 6 lead EKGs in seconds, and it's FDA cleared to detect AFib, a leading cause of stroke. Now, you might be thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you can afford it, because KardioMobile 6L, while recording 6 times the heart data of any smartwatch, comes at a fraction of the cost of smartwatches. And now through the end of the year, you can get KardioMobile 6L for just $109. Just go to Cardia.com, that's Kardia.com, or Amazon, and order your Cardia Mobile 6L today. With this limited time offer, there's no better time to take care of your heart and its health than this holiday season. Sponsored by AliveCor.
Hello, everyone. It's your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, here to introduce something really special. You're going to love it. My new Trump watches. It's one of the best watches made. Wear it proudly on your wrist, and everyone will know what it's for, who it's for, what it represents. Get your Trump watch right now. Go to gettrumpwatches.com. It's Trump time.
That's right. President Trump has won the election, and now he's released his official Trump watches. Celebrate this historic victory with a Trump watch that stands for strength, leadership, and winning. But don't wait, because these limited edition watches won't be around for long. Go to gettrumpwatches.com now to get your Trump watch before they're gone. Don't miss your chance to own a piece of history. Go now to gettrumpwatches.com and get your watch today. This ad paid for by the Best Watches on Earth, LLC. See gettrumpwatches.com for details. Trump watches are not intended for investment purposes.
Go to GetTrumpWatches.com for our Black Friday sale going on now.
This is Mike Quick. Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and get your team the game changer in point-of-sale solutions for restaurants, casinos, and bars. PDQ POS. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. But that's not all. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a point-of-sale system, it's a complete business management solution. Join the thousands of companies that have made the switch and upgrade to a customized POS solution from PDQ Signature Systems. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you know a veteran in need? Nation's Finest, through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, helps veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada, helping thousands of veterans every year. Visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
Imagine a world where animals and humans coexist in harmony, where wild animals thrive, habitats are protected, and marginalized communities are empowered. At International Animal Rescue, this is our vision. Our holistic, community-led projects not only rescue animals, but also protect and replenish precious habitats, creating a better future for us all. But we can't do this without you. Show your support now and help keep the wild, wild. Visit internationalanimalrescue.org.
Fox News, I'm Sue Gussman. Police working on a motive and looking for a suspect after a gunman fatally shot United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Midtown Manhattan early Wednesday.
The suspect fled, first on foot, then on an e-bike, and was last seen in Central Park on Center Drive early this morning.
NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch, police said the gunman may have put messages reading deny, depose, and defend onto the bullets used in Thompson's murder. President-elect Trump makes a switch, names his personal attorney, David Warrington, to be House counsel.
The president initially tapped William McGinley, who served in the first Trump administration, for the job, making that announcement about 3 weeks ago. Instead, McGinley will now serve as counsel for the newly created Department of Government Efficiency.
Fox's Jared Halpern, America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The NFL and the Players Union upholding Houston linebacker Azeez Al-Shahir's 3-game suspension without pay after his violent hit to the head of Jacksonville quarterback Trevor Lawrence last weekend. A lot of buzz from college football's early signing day on Wednesday. Among the big flips, quarterback Bryce Underwood officially committing to Michigan after saying months ago that he was heading to LSU. And to golf, where players must now be assigned female at birth or have transitioned to female before going through male puberty in order to compete compete in LPGA tournaments or USGA championships for females. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Paul Stevens, Fox News.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A veteran financial regulator, Paul Atkins, is President-elect Trump's choice to lead the Securities and Exchange Commission. If confirmed, Atkins is expected to focus on whittling away at regulations. He's also a cryptocurrency advocate. Airline executives are defending the growing use of so-called junk fees for things like better seats and early boarding. During a hearing on Wednesday, senators said their investigation found airlines are even exploring new ways to charge customized fees to each passenger, using algorithms and maybe artificial intelligence. Despite the fees, Americans are still flying, with new records set over the Thanksgiving holiday. AirHelp, that aids consumers in processing claims with airlines for flight disruptions and lost luggage, has released its annual analysis of the best and worst performing airlines. Both American and United made the top 10 best performing, with United at number 3, American at 4. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
I'm Dan Morgan. One question many people wonder is, does the law firm I hire for my injury case matter? Of course it does. At Morgan & Morgan, we've invested millions into making sure your experience from first call to your settlement is so easy. You can literally start your case right from your couch in just a few clicks. You'll also be able to text your case staff and lawyer anytime you need. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. Injured? The choice is easy.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know that men across the country are getting their ED meds at TriRexMD.com and saving thousands of dollars? TriRexMD.com has FDA-approved ED meds and is now offering sample packs. Listen to what guys are saying about TriRexMD.com.
My partner thinks that I am a rock star.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is definitely much happier.
I walk a little taller when I'm using the product, knowing what the results are going to be.
Because it is effective, I say I'm on a second honeymoon.
It's literally life-changing.
Visit TryRexMD.com. Your consultation is free, there's no copays, no doctor office visits, and your shipping is always free. You can now access a 30-day sample pack at TryRexMD.com with generics, if appropriate. Visit TryRexMD.com right now to get your sample pack. That's TryRexMD.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Albert the Great Church on Welsh Road in Huntington Valley, Saturday, January 11th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kale and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, December 5th. It is indeed Kale and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210 is the phone number. That is how you jump aboard on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kale, Kayal. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. On a Thursday morning in which Tony Bruno will once again join us live from Florida at 8:30 this morning. I've seen way too much of the two people I'm about to say hello to lately. I feel like I was just in your presence. Dawn Stenzlin, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Thursday morning.
Happy Thursday to you. What do you say we just hang out together all the time?
No.
Just the three of us. Gregory.
Hi. Yeah, you took there's some pictures up on your X account, right, from our evening last night at the new Piazza dealership in Westchester.
That's right.
Mercedes.
It was like a gala.
It was. You looked nice, my friend.
Well, we have to examine the pants.
Yeah.
We might have to do a video analysis breakdown.
Yeah.
Because Dawn Stenzlin was like, is that a tuxedo?
Tuxedo? You look very...
What is that? Is that a suit?
Very debonair.
She asked if you rented it.
I know. That's right. She did. The answer is no. So... if you've seen the pictures, you might say, what's up with the stripe on the pants?
Yeah.
Should we break it down now or should we break it down later? Because either way, we won't be on time today to hit any break.
It's true.
So what the hell? Let's go down in flames at 6:02, right?
Yep.
So 4 or 5 years ago, when I was in Nashville, I got a suit endorsement deal with a company called Indochino.
Yeah.
And this was when I was a Svelte 190, 195. And I got
Svelte
two
190.
Yeah. Which I look much better when I'm 190 than when I'm 208.
Yep.
Well, that's a different story. But it actually ties into the suit. So, obviously, in the last 4 or 5 years, I think I've gained probably about 18 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah. Pre-pandemic versus post-pandemic versus coming back to Philly where everything is just served up on big rolls and carbs and everybody gets fat in this town, like myself. So 2 years ago, right before I came up for my interview, I'm like, all right, I don't have a suit that fits. And I'm not dropping, I don't know, $700-800, whatever it is for a respectable suit for an interview for maybe a job that I might not get.
Yep.
So I run the Men's Warehouse. And I walked in and I literally said, I need the cheapest suit you have. And they said,
wow.
And then you come out
There's
with
something in the garbage dump out back.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
want that.
Let me find a hobo on the corner of 7th and Smith.
Yep.
And they roll out this suit, and there's these adjustable things on each side of the suit. And they're like, sir, this is not a slim fit suit. And now you can see Phil has found the picture. Great work, Phil.
Okay, there we go.
And there's like these little stripes on the sides.
Yeah.
So last night.
That's a good picture of us, by the way.
It's a good picture.
Nice.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. It's the two Piazza. Dan and Tony.
Dan and Tony, brothers of Mike.
Yeah.
Yes.
Michael Steinberg, who said last night that he's the fourth member of Kale and Company.
That's right. That's right. Rocking the Air Force Ones, also a good look.
Yep.
And by the way, Stalker, you're like looking off to the left. I mean, you look like you're ready to kill somebody. Like you're picking out a target.
You know how much I love getting my picture taken.
Yes.
I know.
I absolutely love it. I'm hiding in the backgrown, pretending I'm not
do I
there.
have to? Steiny's like, yes. Get in the picture, stalker.
Dawn, Steiny, and the Piazzas are all perfectly suited for the picture.
Yep.
Stalker hates it, and I've got adjustable suit pants on.
Well, as I said, the way you describe it, it's like Spanx tux.
Yeah.
It's like Spanx for men tux.
But I am never going to get rid of that suit.
Yeah.
Because as my weight can fluctuate 18 pounds in one calendar year, one way or the other, it's adjustable.
Yeah.
See?
So at 190, I can make it fit. At 210, I can make it fit.
Oofa.
Yeah. So there you go. But it was a good time.
Yeah, it was a good time last night at the new grand opening.
new.
Yes.
Of the Piazza dealership in Westchester there.
That's right. And as Michael Steinberg eloquently said last night, Westchester, Pennsylvania is just not close to anything.
It's not.
It's just a hike no matter where you're coming from.
It's just, unless you're out there for something, it's just not close to anything.
That's right.
That is true.
All right, we got a lot to get to today. A big take with media and government against Pete Hegseth. The Hegseth media blitz continued yesterday. He sat down directly across from Megyn Kelly and also Mama Hegseth with Papa Ducey on Fox News. We'll get to that.
And can we get into the all of that is fine.
Yep.
I really want to get into the execution of the CEO.
Coming up bottom of the hour.
Because there's something, I mean, obviously this was a professional hit.
Yeah, you think?
But speculating, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Doesn't it kind of scream like
government hit job?
Government hit job?
No.
Yeah.
I don't know, Miss Stensland.
Way too calm of a guy walking around like that. Amateurs don't walk that calmly. We panic.
The intelligence, the intelligence department. I'm just saying. Wow.
Well, they're saying it was a hit. It was a targeted
Of course
attack.
it was, but
Silencer.
And you should see the media coverage. The details that the Daily Mail has on the now deceased victim compared to what the mainstream media has put out in basically their politically correct copy and paste job.
Yeah.
We'll examine that coming up at the bottom of the hour. Also, is Joe Biden about to pardon Tony Fauci? We'll get to that coming up this morning. And CNN wars are being waged, and Jamel Hill has finally weighed in on the election loss of Kamala Harris. All of that plus the cut sheet and Tony Bruno coming up later this morning. But before all of that, as the music bed has now perished.
By the way, just for the people at home, that music bed is 6 minutes and 46 seconds.
Yeah. Proof that we talk way too much on this show. But let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:07 right off the top here. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kale and Company News Live this morning, sponsored by Holland Floor Covering. So I'll begin where yesterday we talked about this trash dispute, this tiff that resulted in a shooting in Philadelphia. Shooting in Philadelphia. Well, now a woman is facing multiple charges after a shooting, that shooting in North Philadelphia, that investigators are saying started with a dispute over the placement of the trash. 37-year-old Tanisha Holloway charged with aggravated assault, possession of an instrument of a crime, and reckless endangerment, all kinds of charges here. By the way, there was a 17-year-old who was also questioned by police who was a witness, simply a witness at this crime. But this all began on North Hicks Street on Tuesday night after a 30-year-old man was shot in his stomach, in his middle section, in his legs, rushed to Temple University Hospital, where he remains, by the way, in stable but critical condition this morning. And it all started with a fight, verbal fight, over the trash on the curb. And it ended with this shooting. So the woman, allegedly, she is the one who fired the shots from outside her home into the front door where the victim was standing. And so she was not happy with, apparently, according to the police, where he was placing the trash.
I'm telling
out
you,
there.
Men right now, whether it's your wife or a female neighbor, don't get into trash wars with chicks. They will shoot.
Words of wisdom with Nick Kale.
That's right.
So police called to the scene. They rushed the man, presumably the neighbor, rushed him to the hospital. 2 guns were actually recovered at the scene, and they're still asking police to call in if there were witnesses and looking for any further information on this. But right now, she's the only one charged in this situation. We have a sad update to that search for a missing grandmother we told you about yesterday. Quite a dangerous mission to try to find her. She was literally swallowed in, this is outside Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but she was swallowed by this sinkhole as she was with her granddaughter and then searching for her cat, who usually was inside, had somehow gotten outside of the house, or maybe the little girl let her out, but the sinkhole wasn't there and swallowed this grandmother, and they found her shoe. They could see through a camera, some more than 30 feet down, that they could see one of her shoes. But they have now called this they've called it off, even a recovery type mission. They've called that off because it's just too dangerous.
So it went from rescue to recovery to we assume she's dead and we can't even find the body?
Well, because they believe that area where the shoe was, then she further was essentially, this is a horrible story, but the ground is so soft, and now we have all the precipitation going on too. But at that point, it just went down further.
Oh boy! And that was 30 feet to begin with. I think, right? 3 stories.
But it's just a horrible story, and even some of the search crews were, it was emotional.
Yeah.
To give up the family, her daughter, her granddaughter, all of her kids, everyone just. And they found her car nearby.
Yeah.
Thank God the granddaughter was still in the car.
Right.
So she's okay. They recovered her. Thank God she didn't walk over with her grandmother. But quite a challenging excavation underway. The real issue now, and her name's Elizabeth Pollard, this grandmother, but the real issue now, they say, is about these abandoned coal mines that weren't properly dealt with when they were shut down.
Right. Wow.
Because it's basically a man-made sinkhole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so it's tied to that. The last time these coal mines were in use in the early 1950s.
Wow. Unbelievable.
So her heartbroken family, thanking those search crews. They also said that even if somehow she was down in one of those mines and trying to survive, it has to do with the level of oxygen that's available down there. They've said there's no way, unless it's some kind of at first they had hoped for a miracle. At this point, not so much.
Wow.
So it's just, what a tragedy. Jeez.
Terrible way to go.
My God. We also have there's a lot of updates in the news, but we have this update on, remember we talked about the the little Shih Tzu, the little doggy with the little tutu.
At Target, right?
At Target.
Yeah, the Target tutu.
This was the talk of actually the Piazza
I know.
last night.
It's adorable.
At the Piazza Mercedes opening, everybody wants to know what happened to this cute little dog.
That's right. Nobody cares about Biden and pardoning
No.
and this. They care about the little tutu.
With the little tutu. Why would
That's
somebody
right.
take this lady's dog? So she's at Target. She's shopping with her dog. Apparently, she had to go to the bathroom really bad. She sets her little dog, who we now know is named Mila. And Mila is a little girl puppy with a tutu, obviously.
So the owner had to take a Shih Tzu. Got it. All right.
That's why you can't bring a dog into a
retail establishment.
Yes, just stop with that.
Yeah,
Well-
do what I do. Stick it in the cage.
Yeah.
So the little dog, maybe maybe to your point, things weren't going so well in the bathroom, and the dog, scooted. So the dog was. So the bottom line, we now know who this is.
Yeah.
This is the mother of Eagles cornerback Keely Ringo. She's Hale Ringo.
Oh, okay.
And this is her 10-year-old dog.
Well, we got to get Keely's mom on the show because I had
Right?
an issue with the 2 penalties he committed this past Sunday. We can start with that, and then we'll get to the damn dog.
So she's now offering a $1,000 reward for the return of the dog. So police had released the surveillance images of these 4. They look like maybe they could be teenagers, 4 young people who are in the video. You see one of them scoop up the little doggy, Mila.
Right.
But the tragedy here is, that Mrs. Ringo here, she says, how she loves her dog.
Mhm.
This is her best friend. She literally takes the dog everywhere. Please return Mia.
And when did this occur? Was this on Sunday?
No, this was actually back in late October, October
Okay.
28th.
Okay.
And so apparently she had tried through Target to try to track these people down. The police have been tracking these people down and released all the surveillance images of the suspects, wider shots, closer. You can see who the people are.
Wow.
And so now she's saying this was the one in the Port Richmond section
Mhm.
of Philadelphia on Castor Ave. And she says, please return Mila.
Wow.
So
Keely Ringo's mom.
Yeah.
So what a small world.
So East Detectives Police are working with her and have been, obviously. We didn't know who it was.
Right.
And police did not release the information. She, the mom herself, has come out and said, this is my dog. I'm offering the reward. But East Detectives Police, they've been trying to track this down. They said, just give East Detectives Police a call. No questions asked, just return the dog.
All right.
So we've got that going on. The other big story right now is the weather, obviously. If you're driving in it, please be safe. Allow a ton of it. It took me an hour and 15 minutes to get in because especially if you're on side streets, it's a lot of fender benders, slipping and sliding, and some down trees. We're going to see the wind kicking up, so it's kind of that spattering between that ugly. I'm sure Tony Bruno will, rub it in.
Yeah.
Because this is, I'm sure it's the same weather in
Oh,
beautiful
yeah.
South Florida right now.
Yeah.
Just give me the damn 5-day forecast and try to be accurate. That's all I want.
But we're at 43 degrees, but it's very messy outside. And the real story moving forward today, we're going to have blustery weather, some 40-degree winds.
40 mile an hour.
40 mile an hour.
Great
Excuse
nap.
me, 40 degree and 40 miles an hour.
Great nap weather.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
So heads up on the weather. We'll continue to
Dark
watch
at 4:30. It's just
I know.
like, is there anything good about this time of year?
No.
No, it's just ugly.
No.
Well, I tell you, that's why I want summer all the time.
I hate Pennsylvania.
I did too.
And that's why Holland floor covering makes your home cozier this time of year.
Is that why?
Holland floor, yes.
This is why
Holland
they
floor
created
covering.
fireplaces and booze.
Yeah. And Holland floor covering.
And Holland floor.
Yeah,
The
you put
region's
a
premier
nice Holland
family-owned.
floor down while
Yeah.
you're watching the fireplace.
Right? Sit there with your little Shih Tzu, have a glass of Cabernet.
So Holland Floor Covering, the region's premier family-owned carpet and flooring dealer. New carpet creates a cozy atmosphere in your home, can add warmth to any room. Showrooms in Wayne and Newtown, free samples, no obligation estimates. HollandFloor.com. Be safe as you're driving in or just stay home. Watch Kale and Company right here on YouTube.
Yeah, which is 34% of America does.
Yes.
For all the people out there, why are you on YouTube? Read the link I put out yesterday on Barrett Media about the evolution of YouTube for talk radio.
Imagine that. Us being ahead of the curve.
No columns on Rumble. All right, Skip. or Truth Social or all these fringe platforms.
Blue Sky.
Blue Sky, where they're not rude.
By the way, I can't wait to get into this assassination thing. I am being called out by a lot of people who are
Some
like,
people think you're the shooter.
who are like, you have no idea what you're talking about. Road Warrior is just like he has a list of things of why it was not a professional hit.
Okay.
Fulton Jack emailed me and said that these are all the reasons why this was not a professional hit. So
Okay.
I agree.
We'll get into it soon.
All
Not
right.
professional. We'll talk about it. Kale and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:18 on this Thursday morning. Let's get to another big take.
The Big Take on Kale and Company.
And it is brought to you by Budget Blinds, media bias, and censorship, the two sins of speech that is perpetrated by not only legacy media, social media, and the government. I believe if you fear speech, you fear truth. And I think it's more apparent than ever that many of our institutions in the United States know that they are losing the stranglehold they've held over Americans for decades, as more and more evidence becomes available that said institutions are losing their grip on narrative, information, and agendas. The legacy media is dying. Social media has changed drastically in just the last 2 or 3 years. Liberal publications, outlets, and platforms facing their toughest challenge to date: fearless free speech and facts. The government knows the adversity it now faces. News networks are bleeding away audiences. This country is no longer going to allow propaganda, misinformation, and disinformation, and downright lies to shape the future of the country. I believe that is one of the things that the 2024 election taught us. And Donald Trump is what Dave Chappelle would call an honest liar. Elon Musk has FU money, and he's ready to fight against the machine, and so are countless others. But what is the mainstream media's biggest sin? Is it, as Dawn calls it, media bias by omission? Is it censorship, the silencing of opposing viewpoints, and the suppression of truth? Who's the biggest culprit? Is it legacy media? Is it social media and big tech? Is it our own government and federal agencies? The latest example of what is undeniable still centers around Pete Hegseth, the combat veteran and former TV host at Fox News, now Donald Trump's pick for Secretary of Defense, is at the center of a media and governmental bleep show. We discussed yesterday many layers to this story. Is Pete the best guy for the job? Are the reports true? Do morals and character matter for a position like this? After all, he didn't break the law. Allegations remain allegations. Granted, not the best when it comes to personal ethics, but that's almost all of government and politicians. We talked about Ron DeSantis potentially being Trump's pick if Hegseth decides to step away, and the nomination process appears to be too daunting. But Jimmy Fallon of Fox News put out a great tweet yesterday that got me thinking about all of this from a smear job standpoint. And Jimmy, who you can hear weeknights at 7 here on Talk Radio 1210, tweeted the following, quote, NBC runs with anonymous sources who say Pete Hegseth hits the bottle, but ignores everyone on record who says Doug Emhoff hits his girlfriend. This is why the liberal media deserves the death it's dying, end quote. I think Jimmy is 100% spot on. And if you recall in the fall, leading up to the election, the Daily Mail and the New York Post had countless stories about Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, ranging from confirmed and verified stories of impregnating the nanny in his first marriage, to accusations of slapping other women, to other allegations of sexism and misogynistic behavior in the workplace at his LA law firm. Now, take all of that reporting that NBC claims to have done on Pete Hegseth, which include allegations by former TV colleagues who claimed he was a heavy drinker and it carried over into his work on television, and compare it to the coverage or lack thereof from NBC and other legacy media outlets when it pertains to the second gentleman. I dare you, do a side-by-side comparison, okay? Why would Doug Emhoff not be under the same microscope that Pete Hegseth is? All you'd have to do is swap that little D with a little R next to Doug Emhoff's name and he'd get the same treatment. But because he's a Democrat, married to a female vice president, who is running for president, who is non-white, it was radio silence. Literally journalistic malpractice. Why? Agendas. Pete Hegseth's mom appeared on Fox News and she had this to say about her son amidst all of these allegations and reports. Listen and watch this.
You never in a million years thought you would be doing this.
No.
Because you didn't realize that this email you wrote in 2018, somebody leaked it to the New York Times.
Correct.
And they printed it.
Correct.
I'm going to read part of it. You say, this is to Pete, during the 2018 divorce. You say, I have no respect for any man that belittles, lies, cheats, and sleeps around. And you go on and say, you are that man and have been for years. And as your mother, it pains me and embarrasses me to say that, but it is a sad, sad truth. You say, we still love you, but we are broken by your behavior and your lack of character.
Mm-hmm.
When you wrote that, what's the backstory? What was going on that made you so angry you wanted to write that?
Well, I will tell that story in a moment, but let me make two statements first, and one is to President Trump. And I want to say thank you for your belief in my son. We all believe in him. We really believe that he is not that man he was 7 years ago. I'm not that mother. And I hope people will hear that story today and the truth of that story. So the other thing I want to say is I am here to tell the truth. To tell the truth to the American people and tell the truth to the senators on the Hill, right, especially our female senators. I really hope that you will not listen to the media and that you will listen to Pete.
Well,
that was Mama Hegseth with Papa Ducey on Fox and Friends yesterday in the morning. You'll hear more of that, as well as Pete with Megyn Kelly in further detail coming up on the cut sheet. The New York Times leaked a private email that Pete Hegseth's mom sent to him in the middle of a tough divorce years ago, and then she apologized with a follow-up email just 2 hours later. In my opinion, there are far bigger issues with our politicians in America than anything that Pete Hegseth may or may not have done or said. But let's hear from the horse's mouth. Hegseth joined the Megyn Kelly show yesterday and wanted to give a little bit of his side of the story. Here's just a small portion of it. Listen and watch this.
All right, so it's been an all-out assault since Trump named you.
No doubt.
I mean, from alleged rape allegations to allegations about your marriage to financial mismanagement allegations at your companies that you ran, your foundations, I should say. How's it going with Trump right now? Is he so far standing by you, and have you spoken to him?
I spoke to him this morning, Megyn. I mean, he's amazing. He's a fighter. He's been through this himself, and he told me the last thing he said to me, well, two things he said to me when I left his office when he chose me was, well, besides what he said about being a war fighter, we can get into that, was you're going to need to be tough. You're going to need to be tough. But he paused again as I was walking away and said, but you're the man for this moment. I chose you because you're the guy that's going to put the war fighters first. We haven't had that. We need a guy that's kicked down doors and understands the consequences of war and why us deterring war, fighting it, and winning it is important to him. He gets it. And we can get into the policy of all of that. But ultimately, he reiterated the same thing this morning. Hey, Pete, I got your back. It's a fight. They're coming after you. Get after it. I think he'll be delighted that we're talking today. Yeah. And we're going to do more talking because for so long what was said about me, what has been said about me, it was so ridiculous and all anonymous that we didn't want to give it oxygen. You don't want to respond to things that don't merit response. And so we haven't, but sitting here with you and going forward, the media is driving with this ridiculous narrative. It's our time to stand up and tell the truth and our side. And he knows that. And so he supports me. I won't betray what we talked about specifically, but he said, you go out and meet those senators and I've got your back. It means a lot to me. It tells you who that guy is.
We will see if Hegseth survives or if he is Gates 2.0. But much like with Matt Gaetz, Pam Bondi was likely the better choice. If we are sticking to merit-based principles, and much like with Pete Hegseth, Ron DeSantis, if he's willing to take the job, and if he's truly offered the job, would likely be the better choice. Again, merit as the guiding principle. Media bias, though, is one thing. Censorship equally as bad, if not worse. Trump's head of the FCC, Brendan Carr, coming out and saying he vows to smash the censorship cartel, which he claims is a top priority. Carr saying recently that, quote, Combating tech censorship is going to be one of the top priorities for me. We need to restore Americans' right to free speech. Facebook and other companies have been part of the censorship cartel that have worked in conjunction with advertisers. They have worked with government officials to censor the free speech rights of everyday Americans, and that's got to end because censorship isn't just about stopping words, it's about stopping ideas. America is a country of founders, of people that have pushed boundaries and pushed frontiers. They have innovated. When you silence speech, you silence ideas. So when you look at all of this right now in totality, MSNBC lost half its audience. CNN still tanking. Newspapers out there losing hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Liberals leaving X. Good. All of these people are only interested in cosmetic diversity, not diversity of thought. Legacy media, social media, the government, media bias, censorship, all meant to create a one-way street in the marketplace of ideas, when in reality, America is a 7-lane highway of ideas. And why are you so afraid of other ideas and other options? But the more you resist, the more you'll lose, as all of these institutions continue to die a slow death. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kale and Company.
Brought to you by Budget Blinds. The holidays are coming. Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no-questions-asked warranty in the business. Schedule your holiday consultation today and ask about their special radio offer. We'll get some thoughts on what we just talked about in the Big Take. 855-839-1210. Your tweets at 1210 WPHT. Your comments on the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button while you are there. And then we'll get into United Healthcare and much more as we continue this morning. Cut sheet at 7:45. Tony Bruno at 8:30 on a Thursday morning on Kale and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I said yesterday I'm taking Oregon against Penn State. By the way, you can hear it all here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. This Saturday night at 8 p.m., pregame coverage starts at 7:30. The spread for this is Oregon -3.5, and I just think I think Oregon's too good against Penn State, and I don't think it's going to be close. So I'm taking Oregon a -3.5 for Saturday night. But you can tackle the NFL all season long on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of the game, you can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more on the same page where you place your bets. Visit FanDuel.com/Greg today. FanDuel.com/Greg today. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5. That's FanDuel.com/Greg. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL and 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some things in life are meant for each other, like salt and pepper, bacon and mushrooms, or you and the all-new Wendy's Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger. Now, you're probably thinking, wait a minute, does bacon go with mushrooms? And the answer is, they do now. So if you want crispy, crunchy, cheesy, juicy, shroomy, and garlic spready, then you and the Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger are meant to be. For mushroomy, bacony goodness, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Listen, here's the secret to your holiday savings. Ready? You can get gifts starting at just $3.99. Toys from Disney, Mattel, Barbie, Sonic, Looney Tunes, Fisher-Price, Play-Doh, Nerf, Hot Wheels, and more. You can put a bow on these brands and won't break the bank. Adidas, Champion, Puma, Reebok, Converse, True Religion, DKNY, and Levi's are all at prices so low, they're basically a gift. The savings are hiding at You can put a bow on these brands and won't break the bank.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
I didn't ask, you shouldn't have told me.
6:35. It is Kale and Company. Happy Thursday. Hopefully all of you having a good start to your day. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Still ahead this morning, we're going to break down the video of the United Healthcare CEO that was essentially assassinated at point-blank range yesterday coming out of his hotel in New York City. Interesting details, and we'll debate whether or not this was a professional hit, a government hit job, or a random act, or an amateur, but it was totally coordinated, but at an amateur level. If you're a law enforcement officer out there and you see the video when we play it and you want to offer your professional expertise, we will certainly take those thoughts.
So just real quick, one of our listeners who was in Iraq, did security, just emailed me and said the gunman suffered 3 misfires and 6 shots he attempted to fire. He says he would be surprised if the gunman even practiced at a range before he shot the CEO.
Wow.
He said he would have realized the suppressor and the pistol were not a good match. Just speculating, but think he was enraged over a denied claim or something like that.
Do you want to get to this right now? I mean, I know we have some time constraints, or do you want to save it for when we come out of the news? Because I know Dawn had some thoughts on the Hegseth situation, which I think is fascinating as well.
Why don't we do the Hegseth stuff?
All right, let's finish up with some of the Pete Hegseth stuff. And look, I totally understand why he would go on with the Megyn Kelly show, big platform. Oh, by the way, on YouTube. And, give his voice, his thoughts. You try to sit back and remain quiet. You don't want to breathe life into something, but this is not going to go away. The only thing I disagree with is having your mom on television. I can only say if this was me, if this was my current career, which is, Fox News Television, or my future job being the Secretary of Defense, I get it. You're talking about a great job, great pay, and then all of a sudden being a part of the Trump administration. So who am I to sit there and say, well, you don't know until you walk in those shoes? That's fine. That's a fair counterpoint. I probably would not have had Mom out there doing interviews, fighting my battles. But, Dawn, I know you had some thoughts during the big take on Mama Hegseth.
Yeah, Mama Hegseth is, first of all, as I'll say this about Mr. Harris, Kamala's husband, he's not running for office. So I would say that it's true that if he were, if his Republican wife was the Veep, it would have been all over the place. But it is different. You are held to a different standard when you are, put up for either you're running for office or you have been a nominee for Secretary of State of the United States of America.
Mm-hmm.
So I will say that. But I will also say Tim Walz, for example, Governor Walz, who's speaking out, by the way, about the CEO that we're going to talk about because he's from Minnesota.
Right.
Tim Walz, think about how much they gave him a pass, even during the Veep debates.
Yeah.
But I will say, should we all be vetted? If you're nominated, of course. Okay, I'll give it that. But the problem is some of this stuff is so old and they don't have any tangible evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's bothersome to me. But as far as his mom, when have you seen a nominee's mom speaking out? Like, that is just, Mom, this is not about you.
Mm-hmm.
So she obviously, first of all, Mom, your job is to love and support your child, your son or your daughter. And so she obviously was getting involved in their divorce, which is a real problem, which tells me she probably was involved in the marriage, which is another real problem. As hard as it is, I think, to not be involved in the lives of people you love. But for her to want to be on Fox News and to interject herself shows you that's just a problem. And so she needs to shut it.
Don't you think she probably talked to Pete about this? I mean, I can't imagine that she just popped up on TV without the knowledge of Pete beforehand, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think that because she obviously wrote the email and maybe sent it to his ex, in emotion.
Yeah.
And then the ex, because then the ex showed it to everybody or whatever. And
right.
Now it's public.
Right.
And so that's why hug your kid. Like, don't get involved in their marriage or divorce.
Do you think the media tour that they did yesterday will boost the odds of Pete surviving this? Because I get the feeling that it's probably on the other side of 50-50 that he does not survive, even though it seems like Trump's words are saying, hey, man, I've been through this. You're tough as hell. Keep fighting. They're going to throw all the S at you that you could possibly imagine and then some, but keep pushing. I get the feeling he does not survive this. And here's what I hate about this. I said yesterday, I think the anonymous sources and the quotes from those who deliver, I understand journalists have to offer that protection to get the access. So this is not a swipe against journalists, but this is against those who have a beef or an axe to grind with somebody that won't put their name to it. And then you drudge up stuff from 7-8 years ago, whatever it might be. Like, who are we to sit there and judge somebody on what they did 7, 8, 10 years ago, of the mindset being, well, you're not going to change. People change all the time. People change political parties. People, as they get older, go from being liberal to centrist, from centrist to conservative. How do we know that Pete Hegseth hasn't changed? And that's not to defend what he did. Womanizing, drinking, cheating.
Well, that's the problem with what the mom said is that, he's changed and he's found Jesus and this and that. what? So then you go, well, wait a minute. Is the rapey thing, is that now real? You start saying what was going on. So he has so that's the problem. The mom actually muddied these waters, in my opinion. And so if I were a media advisor, I don't think I would advise that mom to speak out, because it's more about her. She was, she's very judgy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Still, she's judgy.
Yeah.
And say, well, I don't, he's changed, but I don't, condone what he was. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah. Right.
That was not, to me, she really was not helpful. And I think the truth is that what he's saying is he was going through the military, he was having whatever, he may have been drinking. I think he's referring to the fact that he's saying that he was not faithful to his wife. I don't think at any point he has said that he assaulted anybody. He and other witnesses have said he never assaulted anybody, he never raped anybody. And also, the military group that he was involved with, they have released all kinds of statements and records saying that the media narrative that he somehow was booted from this nonprofit organization representing military veterans, that's a complete lie.
Yeah.
They've said that was not at all what was going on
But
here.
the New Yorker, according to reports,
And the New Yorker is
article,
horrible.
Yeah, but the New Yorker article is not journalists writing the story. It's from the affidavit, like it's compiled from the affidavits,
The legal document. Yeah.
the legal documents that they compiled to oust him. You know what I mean? So it's not like it's some anonymous sources here and an anonymous source says this. This was the actual legal document that they used to oust him from this group.
The way I look at
There
it,
are
though,
other documents. All I'm telling you is the New Yorker also then, you have to go to the group and you have to do both. So if you have something that says one side, I mean, obviously they were having a mismanagement issue that was going on before he was even involved in their group. He actually disagreed with the way that they were managing the place.
Yeah.
And it was a longstanding problem.
Right.
So they got into a battle with it, and he ultimately said, "I'm stepping away from this."
But here's the ultimate.
So give both sides, Greg. To my point here.
Sure. But the ultimate question you have to ask yourself, for a position like the Secretary of Defense of the United States of America under a presidential administration, is it a disqualifier to be a bad person morally that you would not want your daughter to date or marry? I would not want Olivia and Mia to end up marrying a Pete Hegseth based on what he has done to previous women in relationships. Does that disqualify him from being the Secretary of Defense? If he's the best guy, in my opinion, absolutely not. If you think Pete Hegseth is your guy, and I love what Hegseth said about when he was quoting Trump in the Megyn Kelly interview of, we need people that have kicked down and knocked down doors, right? People that know what it's like. Because we're all against the war machine, right? We're all against the military-industrial complex. Everybody on this show can't stand people like Lindsey Graham and Nikki Haley and the warmongers. If Pete Hegseth is the guy to keep the peace element of peace and prosperity under the Trump administration alive for a second term, then he's the guy. And if that's the case, then Trump should absolutely use a recess appointment on him. However, if you think it's too toxic and it's not going to go away, and you can get as much, if not more, out of somebody like Ron DeSantis, who at this point, according to all sources, is as clean as a whistle, well, then you have to Matt Gaetz him. None of us are going to be able to make that decision, though.
Yeah,
That's up to Trump.
He was, so I know that Hegseth was on Capitol Hill again yesterday, meeting privately with all these Republican, senators and different Republican officials and that sort of thing. And, the headlines, Wall Street Journal, Hegseth not going anywhere as senators air concerns. There are reports that all the Republican senators are going to vote for him. Then there are other reports. I mean, this is the whole vetting process. So part of it, I agree that we have to vet everybody. But on the other hand, I think that spot on, your big take this morning talking about the biased media is spot on, but we know that. We know that the media is incredibly biased. They're going to take all the cheap shots in the world. They're going to quote sources that, and I don't know who these so-called anonymous sources are, but there were some good guesses on social media yesterday, and these are Democratic operatives, and they're some of the things I believe are 100% made up.
Yeah.
That's honest to God. When you look at all of his colleagues and people I know, because I did work at Fox for nearly a decade, I will tell you that on the inside, he was a pleasure to work with. He was not some alcoholic raving, you know what I mean? So this is a hit job by the media. Does he have stuff in his past? Sure. Sounds like he admits that he does. And he went through a nasty divorce and he used to, party or whatever. But is he some rapist, raving drunk? No.
Well, I think there's a difference, too, between what, Hegseth has done in his marriage versus what Gates allegedly did with a minor, right? Like, one's a crime and makes you a criminal. The other is, you know what? The father-in-law probably doesn't have great things to say about that guy. Two totally different elements when we talk about somebody's personal character. There's a difference between just making poor judgment and being morally a scumbag versus being a criminal. 855-839-1210.
It's just icky.
It is.
And that's the piece of it. So it's and so when you're a conservative, and Trump knows this, right? That you have to be held to a higher standard. And Trump, I'm sure, is watching all the media reports.
Well, and then what also happens if he does decide to zip Hegseth, that's two guys in a row now that, quote, the mainstream media got the best of you on. And then it opens up the floodgate. Who's the third? Who's the fourth? Is Bobby the next one to go? Is Tulsi Gabbard the next one to go? Although, I will say this, and I'll contradict what I just said a little bit, even if he keeps Hegseth, the media is not going to stop. They're going to keep moving on down their list, right?
Exactly.
So, 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on the first hour of the show. What did Senate Majority Leader John Thune have to say about Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump moving forward? We'll give you that as we put a quick bow on the 6 o'clock hour. And that's coming up next here on Kale and Company.
And the 6 o'clock hour brought to you by Winter Ford. The Winter Ford Cherry Hill Get Ready Holiday Sales event is here. See Dino Rucci and his team for discounts and rebates of up to $10,000 on new Fords. Call 800-428-4000 for details. Check your savings at winterford.com. That's winter, W-I-N-N-E-R, Ford.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
First time seeing my son, I feel like my life did a 180. He really a definition of why he loves somebody.
Through all of fatherhood's first, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, radio listeners, don't miss the Legacy Box Cyber Week sale going on now.
You've heard about Legacy Box all year long, and with our Cyber Week sale, now is the time to take advantage of our best sale of the year. Legacy Box is the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. It's simple, safe, and has been trusted by millions.
That's right, it's our best sale of the year. Right now, when you go to LegacyBox.com, you can save an unreal 65% on your Legacy Box.
And for a limited time, you can preserve your tapes, film reels, and photos for as low as $27, saving you hundreds.
Hurry, our best sale of the year won't last long. Visit LegacyBox.com for an unreal 65% off during our Cyber Week sale. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Shop our Cyber Week sale now at LegacyBox.com/value to take 65% off. Buy your Legacy Box today and send in when you're ready. LegacyBox.com/value.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you are never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you're injured in an accident, we will work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
6:53, Kale and Company, as we continue on this Thursday.
Speaking of YouTube, by the way, I just want to thank everybody for everybody who wakes up with us early every morning at 6 a.m. and comes on the YouTube, chats with us. I read, I'm here reading the chats, even the awful ones about me. But
we start at 6 a.m.
Thank you. And we are being noticed, by the way, by the industry for our YouTube feed and the YouTube popularity that we have. So I want to just thank everybody. If you have not done so, please hit the subscribe button and hit the like button on the YouTube page and the YouTube thing. We broadcast all day long. And the media industry bigwigs are taking notice.
Yes.
So I appreciate that.
The only
Thank
thing
you to
that can
everybody
the only thing that can derail this is when YouTube decides to take us down over a clip we play, or if Phil Almquist's cameras all of a sudden freeze up.
The numbers we saw, and I know I've gotten a lot of pushback about, oh, well, you should go here, you should go there. The numbers we saw about how many people, just regular people, consume YouTube, like it is insane, especially like men 18 to 49. It's insane. So, this is where we're gonna be. This is where we're gonna stay. I know some of you are like, oh, what about this? What about this? But this is where we're gonna be. And I thank everybody for joining us every day, whatever time it is. Thank you for that.
That's right.
We appreciate it.
Yeah.
There are other stations in the country that there's a. There are layoffs, there are cuts, and it's only because of you and joining us every morning. Seriously, that we can be here in this platform. And so we thank you so much.
Just imagine if Greg and I dressed like adults on YouTube, how much the viewership will go up now. I mean, Dawn's got the whole visual thing. Greg and I are still workshopping this thing.
Schlubs.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah. Exactly.
I don't know. I think Nick won the
He did.
Best Dressed award last night.
The Piazzas came up to me and they said, "So, adjustable pants, huh?"
Actually, Philip, during the commercial break, can you put up that picture of us from last night at the Piazza dealership there in Westchester, the Mercedes-Benz dealership? Can you put that up during the commercial break so people can see, for everybody who didn't wake up with us at 6:02?
All right, let's wrap up the hour. I want to play you Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who, unlike Mitch McConnell, will not freeze up like our cameras. Here was his thoughts on whether or not Pete Hegseth will survive and if Donald Trump will see this thing through. Listen to this.
Bill Malugin, our reporter, said that Mar-a-Lago, President-elect Trump is considering the possibility of Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, to be the Secretary of Defense nominee. That would mean that Pete Hegseth would no longer be. Have you heard from any senators about that possible switch?
Well, I think, Dana, the important thing is the president is still committed to the nominees that he's put forward. There's a lot, as you know, swirl around this process. There always is side conversations that go on. But, at the end of the day, these nominees need to have the opportunity to make their case. I'm meeting later today, I think it's been reported, with Pete Hegseth, as are many of my colleagues. And I think the readouts from these meetings are he's very smart, and he's got, great experience, obviously, as a combat veteran. So we're going to give him the chance to make his argument, make his case. Clearly, he's going to have to answer some hard questions, which he is, based on the reports I'm getting from the meetings he's attended so far. But that is part of our process. And under advice and consent in the Constitution, our responsibility as the Senate is to give them that process and to determine, based upon confirmation hearing and background search and things like that, their qualifications for the office.
All right, so that was John Thune yesterday. Quick survey here, quick poll. Let's go on record, if we don't mind. Does Pete Hegseth survive and end up becoming Secretary of Defense?
No.
Nope.
You say no.
Nope.
All right, so we're all in agreement.
Yep.
All right, I'm going like 60-40. He does not, but we shall see.
But part of this is, think about it, Trump is smart. He gets this out early. Because you might say, well, why doesn't he release the list late and then go to... He's getting this done early to get the media vetting out of the way so that, boom, he gets in office, everybody's vetted. Good to go from day one.
Dawn is
Okay.
100% correct.
All right, next level chess. I like it, actually. 855-839-1210. We'll come back hour 2 on the way.
And if you're on YouTube, we will. Phil has the photo of us from the Piazza dealership last night. So that'll be up during the commercial break.
Yeah, just don't zoom in on the pants.
Oh, no.
Leave the pants alone.
Spanx, Tux Pants.
Spanx, Tux Pants. Nick Kale here for Spanx. Back after this.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Should GLP-1 weight loss medication like Wegovy and Zepbound cost hundreds of dollars? We don't think so. TryLifeMD.com helps provide insurance access to the leading GLP-1 medications. Visit TryLifeMD.com to get your free insurance benefits check and see your eligibility in minutes. Listen to Tara's story after losing 42 pounds.
You just take your shot. It doesn't feel like you're on a diet. What I wasn't expecting it to do was to shut off the food noise. I had gone from 237 to 195. This was life-altering, and if I can do it, I feel like anybody can do it.
Get started right now with your free insurance benefits check and see your eligibility for coverage in minutes at TryLifeMD.com. That's TryLifeMD.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Happy holidays to all. It's the perfect time to talk about Rescue Natural Supplements and their Deck the Hall sale, because right now you can save up to 78% on exceptional natural supplements for every area of your health. From essentials like omega-3s, probiotics, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and more. And the best part? Over a dozen health-boosting rescue products are marked down under $20. Get started. Stock up today. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. With Rescue, you can reinforce your immune system, boost energy, and reach your health goals. Again, there's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So get a head start on your health. Visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
Honey, bags are packed and in the trunk. Is the car good to drive to Mother's holiday dinner?
Yes, dear. Car's good. We have Ox Car Care for their extended car service plan. Ox covers our repair bills if anything happens. We have no worries if any problems come up on our holiday travels. Ox Car Care has our back.
I remember. Ox has flexible coverage plans that can protect issues with engine, transmission, brake systems, and so much more.
Yep, we don't pay. Ox pays. Ox gets it fixed for us. Joe at the auto shop says Ox Car Care pays them directly, and there's no complicated paperwork. Ox is A+ rated, with already millions of dollars paid out in claims.
Right. They handled our claim from start to finish, unlike those other companies. Good call. The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill this holiday. The only thing now is, which pie is Aunt Martha making?
Drive with absolute peace of mind this holiday season. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-458-0279. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox today. 800-458-0279. 800-458-0279. Or oxcarcare.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-9595. 800-885-9595. Again, that's 800-885-9595.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
It's officially the merry season, and B101, Philly's official Christmas station, is your home for holiday music. Spinning the biggest and best festive tracks all day long, now through Christmas Day. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Get your holiday fix on the radio at 101.1 FM. Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly, or listen on the go with the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
.04, hour number 2 on a Thursday morning of Kale and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tony Bruno at 8:30, live from Florida. Cut sheet 7:45. Still ahead this morning, Joe Biden's White House weighing preemptive pardons for potential Trump targets, including Tony Fauci. We'll get to that. And right after the news, we will get to the video analysis of the gunman that is on the run after he murdered in cold blood a healthcare CEO. We'll break it down and get your thoughts as well. News coming up in just a moment, but let's grab a phone call before that. Liz is in Yardley, and she wants to jump in this morning. Liz, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Well, good morning. I just wanted to say I heard you thanking us for listening and watching. I don't get to watch your YouTube, but every morning I start off with you guys on my way to work.
Beautiful.
Getting ready. I love listening to you. If I miss you, I'm on the podcast listening at night. I just have to thank you for starting my day that way.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Liz. That's awesome. Thank you so much, and you have a great day, and you have a great holiday, okay?
Oh, you too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Wow, that's so nice.
Sweet.
Jimmy, can I get that on the board? I need Liz's bye-bye.
Yeah.
I'm going to
He's a
use that
great
as we
voice.
sign off. Bye-bye. Dawn's up next. Bye-bye. I'm going to put that on my board. Good work out of Liz. Yeah, there you go. That's the thing about this show. I mean, yes, radio initially, right, live on 1210. Then it's like, okay, here comes this HD radio thing, and then comes an Odyssey app, and then comes, the podcast, and then you can get the podcast on the 1210 WPHT website. Then comes Instagram, where Stalker was begging for followers. Then comes YouTube. We're always evolving, right?
We are. We're always evolving.
That's evolution.
Evolution.
Right? There you go. Wrestling reference. All right, 7:06. Let's get to the news. Round number 2, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kale and Company News Live. This edition sponsored by Budget Blinds. The big story for everybody that affects all of us this Thursday morning, December 5th, 43 degrees, but don't be fooled. There's sleet, snow on the way. It's nasty outside, and a lot of fender benders and slipping and sliding on the roadways, so be safe. We'll talk about the forecast more as we move forward. But we do have a police update for you on that trash tiff that happened in Philadelphia with a 37-year-old woman charged with aggravated assault and possession of an instrument of crime, reckless endangerment, when police say that she opened fire on a neighbor, shooting him allegedly in the torso, his legs. He's in critical but stable condition this morning. But it all started when apparently she didn't like where he placed his trash outside of their home.
I told you, recycling can first, trash can second.
So it was North Philadelphia that this happened. There was a 17-year-old who they questioned, and in this, but the 17-year-old did nothing wrong, was simply, police say, a witness to the crime. So we've got that. See, my whole thing is, because my husband always says, boys, take out the garbage. So they go out and they take out, and then I go out and then fix the cans.
Oh, okay, because it's very sloppy. They're not all...
Well, because you got to make sure that they're not too close to the neighbor's side.
True.
That they're tucked in.
Right.
They're not like in the bike lane or, you know what I mean? They're like in the spot.
Why don't you just teach your kids how to do that rather than them doing it and then you going out and doing it, following up?
I know.
What's the thing? Teach a person to fish and they'll, isn't that a saying?
Give them a fishing pole.
And
whatever.
they'll never learn how to...
They'll never be hungry again. Something like that.
That sounds like that's a Bidenism.
Unless they fish in the Schuylkill, then they could get the...
No, seriously, just say, hey.
No, I know.
When you do this, make sure you tuck the garbages, the garbage cans far enough away from the...
I mean, I have by now, but I don't know. I have this feeling that maybe it started when the 17-year-old was taking them out, because they keep mentioning the 17-year-old that was also taken into custody with her.
Here's the quote from a Chinese philosopher. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day.
Thank you.
Teach him how to fish and you feed him for a lifetime.
I was obviously not a philosopher.
Great philosophy.
I know one thing, radio.
Yeah.
That's it.
Same here.
Give a man a radio and he'll become a brand manager and feed his family for a life.
Give a man a headphones and he'll know how to capture PPM. What? What does that mean? What are you guys talking about? Sorry.
How did we go from a shooting in Philadelphia to philosophy?
It's the beauty of the show, Don Sanzon. It's the beauty of the show.
That's right.
Oh, my goodness. So we have that one going on. We talked about earlier this real tragedy that's happening in Pennsylvania, outside a rural area closest to Pittsburgh, but this dangerous search for a missing grandmother who Pennsylvania officials believe fell into this very deep sinkhole. In fact, not fell into the sinkhole, but rather was walking along and the ground literally opened up and swallowed her. I mean, it's just the things that horror movies are made of. So the sinkhole was not there until she was walking there and the ground opened up and swallowed her.
I know you said yesterday it was at least 3 stories deep, and it's probably deeper than that considering they can't find her. Do we know how wide it was, like wide spreading and ranging on,
They're
on
pretty
the surface?
wide.
Are they?
Yeah. Sinkholes are pretty wide.
Okay. Man. So it's not like just something like a little 6x6 like hole that she just dropped down into. This thing probably could have swallowed like a vehicle, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Sinkholes swallow vehicles.
Well,
a
yeah,
lot,
yeah. I was just wondering about this one specifically.
I don't know that information. Looking from there are chopper shots of it. It looks pretty big. But the point is, it's not as if it was a sinkhole that was existing that she was walking by and should have avoided. It was not. This was not there. And all of a sudden, I mean, imagine the timing of that.
I know.
She's walking by there, and at that moment, literally the ground opens up and swallows her.
Jesus. And you said, what, 72?
And so I believe so. Mrs. Pollard, Elizabeth Pollard. And so she was searching for the missing cat, had been babysitting her 5-year-old granddaughter, who, thank God, she left in her vehicle. And that's how they found, initially they were searching everywhere frantically, thinking, where are they? And that find her vehicle, find the little girl safely in the back seat there, in her car seat. Thank goodness she stayed in the car. But that led them to realizing there was this sinkhole nearby. They could see using cameras. I mean, they've been doing this incredible, challenging excavation now for days. and they did identify her shoe, so they could see at one point her shoe, and there was a lot of mud around that. So essentially, they think she fell to the swallowed her up. Then there was this mine shaft, a coal mine shaft, but then it appears that another piece of the ground opened up and swallowed her down further.
Oh my God!
If that makes sense,
Yep.
That's how they're describing this.
Mm-hmm.
So the family had said they were praying for a miracle.
Yeah.
But now at this point, there's no way that somebody could sustain life.
Won't even get a proper burial. That's awful.
Oh, my God. Just a horrible, horrible way to die. So in this one, we do have the update on this little dog, Mila. And now our Eagles cornerback, Keely. I'm saying his name right,
Yeah.
right? Keely, right?
Keely Ringo, yeah, young kid from Georgia.
Such a cool name, Ringo. So Keely Ringo's mom, and her name's Haley Ringo.
He was a star at Georgia, by the way.
Okay.
See what I did there, Ringo? Star.
So she was shopping in a Target store.
You are very quick-witted.
I know,
will say
he
that,
is.
yeah.
That's why you hired me.
I love it.
Sorry.
And so this is her. So she was shopping in the Target store in Port Richmond in Philadelphia on Castor Ave there with her little Shih Tzu doggie, Mia, who she has dressed up. She, puts little red bows and dye in the little doggie's hair and tail, has her in this cute little tutu, and she takes little Mila everywhere. Well, she put Mila down as she was going to the ladies' room. Mila just takes off and runs out of the bathroom, apparently, and there are 4 people walking in the store. One of the ladies or teenagers picks up little Mila, and they walk out of the store. This was October 28th. Since then, police have been trying to help Haley Ringo recover her little dog, Mila. No luck. They released the surveillance images.
I hate to say it. That dog is pit bull food.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
That's not true.
I would almost 100% guarantee that dog is pit bull food.
No, because it was a young woman in the group, and she picked up the dog.
Does anybody know where?
So that's her pet.
Does Michael Vick have an alibi?
Stop. So now Haley Ringo, Eagle Mom, she is offering a $1,000 reward, no questions asked. And she says that, by the way, Haley Ringo overcame breast cancer about 10 years ago, and that's when she got the dog, the Shih Tzu. Now, I don't know if her son gave her the dog, the family, but she takes this dog everywhere.
I don't know. The son's making some nice change. Maybe he can up the reward a little bit here. Yeah,
Wow.
$1,000.
Yeah, 1,000.
Yeah.
So maybe that would be good if he could out on social media say,
Yeah.
"Please return my mom's little dog Mila."
Do they have a description of the people who?
Yes.
The woman who stole the.
The police really have been releasing this.
Just
and
curious, what the ethnicity? What's the ethnicity?
Soft, chubby, fat-looking
Why
children.
don't you show it on YouTube and you can look for yourself? So it's a mixed group of young. They could be teenagers or young. I don't know, anywhere from 16, 17 to mid 20s, maybe.
So it's a group of teenagers.
Like 4 of them. Some, at least one woman in the group, are shoppers in Target. They're not doing anything wrong, but they do.
White, black, Hispanic. Just.
They look like they could be Hispanic or black.
Okay.
So
just curious. I'm just curious.
I thought Target was like where the bougie elitists shop. This sounds like a Walmart story.
Oh, jeez.
The bougie elitists don't shop at Target.
But I thought that Walmart was the dreck of society. Apparently, Target can be
Walmart
just
is
as
the
bad.
dreck of society. Target a close second.
Or KOP Mall, where Upper Marion police are putting out the surveillance images of these 3 suspects involved in a robbery that happened at the KOP Mall. And the 3 suspects stole sunglasses worth nearly $11,000 from Solaris store. Inside the $11,000 worth of sunglasses. These are expensive.
Who the hell spends $11,000 on sunglasses? With all due respect.
How many did they take?
Yeah.
But they entered the store shortly before it closed, grabbed multiple sunglasses from the displays, and then pushed past the employee and ran out. They were late. The last time they were seen, they ran out of the mall near the Neiman Marcus. So they did get away before police arrived.
Yeah. Nowadays, people just have those real cheap sunglasses, like the gas station sunglasses that everybody's wearing. I remember like when I was in high school and college, everybody was like, I got to get a pair of Oakleys, right? Everybody's got to get a pair of Oakleys. And then all of a sudden, like that just kind of went to the wayside. Now people wear those goofy aviator sunglasses. They're like $6 when you get a Mountain Dew red code red at the gas station. Unbelievable. These people are stealing sunglasses for 11 grand.
So the suspects got away. Police releasing today their surveillance images, asking everybody to look at those. And I don't think there's a reward at KOP, but we see an uptick in these types of crimes despite more security at KOP malls. So we're watching that one, especially with all the holiday shopping, staying open later, that sort of thing. Hey, by the way, it is official in Philadelphia. Do not stop at in a designated bike lane.
Don't.
Mayor Sherrell Parker signing into law the ban on motor vehicles from ever even stopping momentarily in the city's designated bike lanes, handing a big political victory to cycling and traffic safety advocates.
You know, can I have a moment to rant about bike safety with motor vehicles, especially in the vicinity where we work here around Market Street? Let me ask you this. Would I be the one who is found liable if my truck hits a bike rider? So, all right, you know how we come out of the garage and we make a right and you make another quick left and then another left and you wrap back around Market to get on the Vine and the Schuylkill? So when I'm getting ready to go through the green light and make a left-hand turn, right?
The bikes.
And the bikes come from your blind spot,
dude.
With your blind spot, and now they have the cross light lit ups where they can walk and drive across. And literally, there's spots when I look in my rearview mirror where I can't see them.
Yep.
And they zip by.
Yep.
If we collide, I'm not the one in the wrong, am I?
Yeah, you are.
100%.
You are.
That's outrageous.
I'm so glad you brought this up. 6 times in the last month that has happened to me. And it's not just bikes, it's electric scooters, it's all that crap.
That's just it. The electric scooters are not bicycles.
Yeah.
So I think they are motor vehicles technically. I think they should be licensed. They should have to take a test, especially those delivery drivers. But to your point, Nick, it's my biggest fear because technically they're passing on the left.
Yes, and they've got earbuds in. They're listening to music. I am so sick of these hipster D-bags that are going to cause me to be found liable and get my insurance through the roof, all because they want to just be detached from society. Either walk and pay attention or get a damn vehicle.
Boom.
I hate these people.
That was the little take.
I saw them in Nashville all the time. I just wanted to open up my SUV door and just clip them.
We're saving the environment by biking around. It's 2 degrees outside.
I know. With your little mop top haircut and your Patagonia sweater. Get out of my way.
Hey, don't knock that mop top, okay?
Yours is actually, but you don't brush yours to the side. It's the side slick one. I just want to just.
That's like. Well, in this one, it's already forbidden to park in the bike lanes, but this new ordinance will make it illegal. It does make it illegal officially for any driver to pull a vehicle over, even if you're stopping temporarily to pick somebody up. Or what I think of is all the Amazon drivers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Especially they're gonna rack up these fines. So what are the fines? It's in the Philadelphia, right where we are, especially in this region.
Yeah,
it's $125. In most places across the city, parking in a bike lane is a $75 fine. So anywhere between $75 and $125. If you even pull over in that lane, and even if you try to pull away, they're going to get your license plate.
Yep.
So we got that going on.
Okay.
I know that we're going to talk about murder in Manhattan, police hunting for the gunman after the United Healthcare CEO was killed in Midtown Manhattan. And we'll have more on the CEO, Brian Thompson, in what police are calling a brazen targeted attack.
Mm-hmm.
His wife and children devastated by that and speaking out. So we'll have that moving forward. We are sponsored this morning by Budget Blinds. The holidays, they're coming quickly. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and Greg Stocker can tell you, motorization. Just visit.
The best.
Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation. And this is huge, the only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. Schedule your holiday consultation. Ask about their special radio offer, Budget Blinds. Thank you for sponsoring Kale and Company News Live.
Trust me, you won't need your money back. It's well worth it.
There
Trust
you go.
me. Sorry.
Stalker can speak firsthand on it.
I can.
There you go. All right, coming up next, we will break down the footage of the assassination, the execution, the point-blank murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Get over to YouTube.
Well, if you want to see it, because we actually have the video of him being gunned down.
Right.
So if you don't want to see it, then you might not.
Right. It's about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
There's no audio. It'll be video only on YouTube, obviously, and we will kind of break it down for the radio-only audience or the app-only audience. And we will do that, I promise, right after this.
One of the greatest gifts of all time in our family, we give our family the gift of an amazing trip of a lifetime to Italy. And you know that I now know, and for those of you who joined me on the Conservative Tours Italy trip last year, you know why Italy is the most revisited country in the world. I hope you join me next spring on the Italian Riviera. Lorenzo and Romina, they're going to be back with us once again. Conservative Tours, crafting an itinerary that's sure to enchant all of us. Tuscany, the Riviera, the northern Italian lakes region, Cinque Terre, and dining events that you're going to write home about. 5378. Yes, that includes your airfare. Pisa, Michelangelo's Florence, and the fashion capital of Milan. Toll free, 888-733-9494. That's the number to call toll free, 888-733-9494. Or you can just go to conservativetours.com. Luxury hotels, a Mercedes coach, and a tour leader who is absolutely the best. That's Conservative Tours in Italy, world class. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Charming Siena, home to Il Palio, the medieval Manhattan, San Gimignano, Medina, Lake Como, Vernaggia. So why not just print out a little picture from the itinerary, wrap it up in a nice box, make that your Christmas gift to the one you love. Say, honey, let's go to Italia together. Oh, doesn't that sound nice? Join me next spring in Italy, conservativetours.com. I'll see you in Portofino, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell Dawn sent you.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. Tony Bruno coming up 1 hour from now. Cut sheet in just about 15 or 20 minutes. It is Kale and Company live on a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. All right, so let's get to this United Healthcare CEO story as Brian Thompson was killed in cold blood yesterday. We're going to play you the clip coming up here in just a moment, but let me give you some of the backdrop of this story as Brian Thompson was indeed facing a DOJ investigation and a lawsuit when he was shot dead at this investor conference that he was attending in the early hours of yesterday morning. For those of you not paying attention, or maybe you didn't hear about this story, this CEO was accused of insider trading and fraud before he was assassinated on Wednesday in Manhattan. I'm reading this version of the story courtesy of the Daily Mail because they have some really good details on what was going on with this company under the watch of Brian Thompson before this happened. Thompson, who was 50, shot dead in what New York Police Department officials believe was a targeted attack. Last year, the DOJ launched a probe into whether the private company of the nation's biggest insurer, led by Thompson, was unfairly restricting competitors and running a monopoly. In May, the City of Hollywood Firefighters Pension Fund initiated a complaint against Thompson and other executives, accusing the CEO of failing to tell investors about the federal probe before Thompson himself unloaded over 31% of his stock, taking in $15.1 million in proceeds. In legal documents, the fund said Thompson and other company execs sold over $117 million worth of United Health common stock during the 4-month period when insiders knew about the federal antitrust investigation, but the public did not. Then, the California Public Employees Retirement System, America's largest state public pension fund, then joined the complaint in October and filed an amendment seeking a jury trial against Thompson and other United Health executives The Wall Street Journal reported in February that federal investigators had been interviewing healthcare industry representatives in sectors where United Health competes, including doctor groups. They also own physician groups, amongst other assets. So this guy, insider trading, dumping off stock, making a killing, walks out of his hotel yesterday. This is clip 4. Again, there's no audio to this, so if you're on YouTube, you will see the video with no audio. If you haven't seen this, get to YouTube now. If you've seen it, you know exactly what this looks like. Phil, let's roll clip 4 here. I mean, right at point-blank range, no more than 12 feet, silencer, hooded sweatshirt, backpack. If we could just restart it here again, Phil. Now he's shooting again. I want to just freeze it just to set the stage here. So he comes walking out, surveillance. Freeze it right there, Phil.
Ooh.
Right there. There we go.
God.
So on the right-hand side of our screen is the infrastructure, the building, the hotel where he probably came out of. You've got a little sidewalk, cars, black SUVs all lined up, double parked. Tight street. There looks like there's somebody standing right across from Brian Thompson right now. The shooter is got to be no more than 10, 12 feet behind. Literally just walks up, and now let's roll it again. Let's play it. Shoots him at point-blank range, right in the back of the head, right in the back. He stumbles into the building. The pedestrian just kind of skedaddles out of the way. The shooter is just, casually walking.
Yeah.
No urgency, I hope I don't get caught, nobody sees me. He finishes him off, and now he makes a left-hand turn between cars, and then he kind of he picks up his pace, looks like he's jogging across, and then he's out of camera sight. So let's talk about this. I thought initially, with seeing a shorter, condensed version of that was government hit or a well-established paid hitman. But the more I see that longer version, and with the comments that we've been getting throughout the morning, I tend to agree with the people so far that this was an amateur, because now we're getting details. Stucker, do you remember some of the specifics that Road Warrior said about the gun jamming and things like that?
I don't. Maybe he can call in.
Okay.
But they said that you could see where he fires, he hits him.
Yep.
And then you can see that the gun, it's a handgun with a silencer on it, and it jams.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason I don't, a couple things.
Yep.
If you buy a firearm and then you buy other parts to it that are incompatible, that's one of the reasons that it might jam like that.
Yep.
And that's what Road Warrior is saying.
Okay.
Also, this guy, I just think he's not gloved, even though he wears a mask. He's really not. To me, it's more likely that this is more about somebody who's taking a hit out on somebody because they're upset about an insurance claim or something. I just don't think it's a professional hit.
See, I don't know. Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you can see who.
Yeah.
If you know this guy and you look at these tight shots where you can see his eyes and his nose because it's from like above.
Yep.
You know who this is.
Yeah, I don't think this was a professional hit. I don't think this is a government hit, but I don't think that this is somebody that was, over a claim. This to me feels like somebody that got robbed in the stock market that lost their while this guy was pocketing $15 million.
Wait, before anybody else goes on, there was a message scrolled on the bullet. Did you guys see this? The message reportedly found shell casing with the words "depose, deny, and defend" inscribed on them.
Now, what exactly would that mean?
Well,
that's interesting.
Depose, deny. Remember the movie? What was the movie? Rainmaker, with Matt Damon. Was that? In other words, depose, deny. Maybe it has to do with that.
They're saying it closely resembles the title of a book criticizing insurance companies and the tactics they use to deny. Claims. Yeah.
And it reminds me of that movie. Isn't it called Rainmaker? That was with and it was a book. Obviously, it was a book, and then it was made into a movie with Matt Damon. In other words, if you have somebody in your life who is, and think about the everyday frustrations where somebody, let's say they have a horrible disease and they can't afford all of the care that they need, and they're denied because that's what they do to you. They try to deny and deny and deny.
Yeah, we've all been on that receiving end.
But if somebody in your life dies because they feel like the insurance company that's getting very wealthy just continues. I said this on the air right away. I said there are so many movies about this kind of thing.
Yeah, but this is definitely targeted. This was definitely planned. This was there's a one, I forget what Twitter feed reported this and brought light to a young individual doing citizen journalism that tracked down, I guess, the electric scooter or the city bike, and they were able. They're all GPSed.
I have Phil. Do you have that? I think it's cut 15.
It's amazing citizen journalism. How this guy took off to, I think, Central Park on the scooter.
Yeah,
but they also have. I will tell you, the cops have been through cameras.
Right.
They tracked him before he gone down. The CEO.
Right.
He went to a Starbucks. They have his DNA.
Yeah. I mean, think about the level that you now. I know it wasn't flawlessly executed, but he obviously knew where the guy was staying. He knew when he was going to be coming out. I mean, he literally. This looks like a scripted thing from a movie where he just, hey, here comes so and so walking out of the building. Let me walk up behind him and put one in the back of his skull. Right?
So this is what I was talking about. This is an ex-user by the name of Riley who explains how he found where the assassin who murdered the United Healthcare CEO likely fled using city bike data.
Yep.
All right, roll this, Phil.
Okay, we're good now.
Low tech.
Wait, what just happened?
So there was unfortunately a very sad shooting in Manhattan where the United Healthcare CEO was shot. Seemed like it was targeted. Very, very terrible. But then I was watching the news this morning and the police chief in the news conference said that the assailant fled on a city bike, on an e-bike. Which is like crazy that a criminal would flee on a bike, like especially a city bike. But I've been scraping city bike data for the past few weeks. This is not it right here. This is it right here where, I can see where every individual bike has been. So I can see, okay, like this, let's see. Like right here, bike number like 2164382 entered a dock at 2:03 p.m. and then it exited the dock. Someone else took the bike at 2:13 p.m. At station number 1058, which is Columbus Ave and West 59th Street.
Yeah.
So using all this data, I can see I checked all the possible rides that the assailant could have fled on, and there were like only 8 rides within the time frame of the shooting. Only one of them was headed northbound through Central Park, so which is what the police said that the guy went through. So I'm like really, really confident that this one ride was where the guy ended up. So he ended up on the Upper East Side. So yeah, I tweeted this. I'm like, oh, this is kind of interesting, and a bunch of people reached out, and like the tweets getting a lot of likes now.
Yeah, why the fuck do you have this data, Riley?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I like making kind of fun, weird websites that show data in an interesting way, and like I thought it'd be cool to make a site that shows like in real time, like all the city bike rides in New York. Because like this isn't data that you can normally get. Like I had to reverse engineer the Lyft app to get this, so it's like data that you really can't get normally.
Wait, what did you do?
Yeah, there you go. Sorry,
All right, so you have to purchase these bikes, right? I mean, you can't get these with cash.
He stole it though, right?
So Rob on the YouTube chat is saying that the police are now saying it was not a city bike. So I don't know. I mean, who knows?
Right. My brother-in-law, who's very well schooled in firearms, says the shooter was absolutely an amateur. No professional would have ever had a misfire, let alone two, and would have got closer with the headshot. Walking target, using no situational awareness. A pro would have done it in one shot. Yeah. This was an under 30 amateur with little to no experience and scared. Probably had a parent die from not getting proper health care.
I completely agree. And if it's true, and the New York Post has picked up the story as well, but the reason insurance companies do not pay claims is they delay, they deny, then they defend it, then they delay it, they delay.
Which was the title of the book.
Of the book.
Yes.
The 2010 book is what.
Wasn't it Rainmaker that they ultimately made the movie?
The book is called Delay, Deny, Defend, Why Insurance Companies Don't Pay Claims and What You Can Do About It by J.M. Feynman.
There you go.
So I don't know. It was a 2010 book. Allegedly, this is what was written on the shell casing. But you're right, because one of the shots was in the calf. I mean, the other was, I think the kill shot was in the chest. So if you're right, if it was a professional hit, it would have been one to the back of the head, and that would have been it.
Also,
right?
it's a suppressor, not a silencer. I just
know.
corrected on that.
Everybody say there's no such thing as a silencer.
I know.
Okay.
I gotta stop watching movies.
It's an interesting. It's sad. It's tragic. I mean, you said at the beginning, Nick, that this guy had some issues, right?
Oh my God! He failed to tell investors about the federal probe. He unloads a third of his stock, takes in $15 million in profit, and all these other people are getting probably gypped out of their stock. I mean, this is the classic insider trading scumbag. You know, that the politicians do. That they're all loading up, and we're all out there as public investors, and we get the short end of the stick. I don't know if this was like this guy, the killer, if his parent was denied health care. I mean, this could be somebody that worked in United Healthcare that knows that his CEO found a way to take care of himself before the bottom was about to fall out with the DOJ, and maybe this guy lost his life savings and said, "No, screw you. You're going to take a slug in the skull."
Road Warrior says this was well planned. He knew the lack of cameras in Central Park, spent some time doing surveillance planning. That's how he's going to get caught.
Okay. Now, we also, was it Dawn or Greg, one of you said that he was in a Starbucks before this?
I said that they reported that he had gone to a Starbucks or coffee shop, but I believe it was a Starbucks, they said, prior to this shooting, and that they were able to get the cup that he used and that they have DNA.
I wonder if he paid with cash or a card. Card would be a dead giveaway on the identity, but I would think you're smart enough
DNA,
to do this.
If they have DNA,
well,
that's
a dead
true. Giveaway too.
Yeah,
like his lips on a Starbucks latte will be a dead giveaway. But yeah, you're right. I do think that this was. I mean, the ease with which he did this and then kind of just moseyed away.
Yeah.
I
feel
maybe
like
he knows he's going to get caught.
Maybe not a professional hit, but even for an amateur, just the slow, deliberate manner. That's a man who, I think, was ready to say, you know what, this could be my last day on earth. This could be my last day of freedom. I mean, most of the times we see things like this.
Yeah.
People immediately take off running, or they run up to you really fast, shoot you, and then run the other way. I mean, this guy was just from the naked eye of watching that 30 seconds before you start to hear about the details, you just look at it and it's like, boy, that guy's got some stones.
Yeah.
How slow and methodical he just crept up on that guy.
Yep.
All right, 855-839-1210. Bruno at 8:30. The cut sheet on the other side. It's Kale and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tackle the NFL on FanDuel in partnership with the Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of the game, you can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more on the same page where you can place all of your bets. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg to join today. FanDuel.com/Greg. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Greg. Never waste a hunch and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL and the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/gutter to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/gutter for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hi, everyone. This is Dom Giordano here with my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz, it's good for everyone to know you have the technology and the people to help. Like John, that guy is an artisan of teeth.
Having the expertise or the knowledge, having this equipment added to that just allows me to get those consistent, efficient results, and it builds up your confidence in my abilities. Having somebody like John, who's been in this business for decades, is a big help. He's able to come in using this equipment, and he helps me build the case as I'm actually doing the work. And that is unbelievably second to none for that, because that is a benefit I'm blessed with, to have that ability to have that lab here.
Dr. Bentz and the team at Bentz Dental Group provide solutions for the most complex dental cases. Call Dr. Bentz today at 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Listen, here's the secret to your holiday savings. Ready? You can get gifts starting at just $3.99. Toys from Disney, Mattel, Barbie, Sonic, Looney Tunes, Fisher-Price, Play-Doh, Nerf, Hot Wheels, and more. You can put a bow on these brands and won't break the bank. Adidas, Champion, Puma, Reebok, Converse, True Religion, DKNY, and Levi's are all at prices so low, they're basically a gift. The savings are hiding at You can put a bow on these brands and won't break the bank.
Right now, someone you know is hungry. The Catholic Charities Appeal needs your help to provide hope to those in need. 1 in 5 people benefits from the money we raise. I'm Ernie Russum, board president of the Appeal. Please donate at CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Easier not to be wise. Measure these things by your brains. I sank into Eden with you, alone in the church by and by. I read to you here, save your eyes.
7:49, it is Kale and Company on this Thursday. Don't forget, 2 weeks from tomorrow, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation presents the 5th annual Andy Chan Holiday Block Party. It's coming up Friday, December 20th, 4 to 9 p.m. down in Old City on 2nd Street. And if you can make a donation, you can get VIP access, as we will all be there, just like we were last year. And hopefully you joined us yesterday in the 9 o'clock hour when we had not only Joe Conklin, but people from Families Behind the Badge as well, with some great stories about what you can take part in and receive access to. 2 weeks from tomorrow.
It's going to be a good night. It's going to be a fun night. And when I say fun, I mean, like, let's go out there and you know, have a good time in people's memories that probably would want us to do this and raise money for a great cause. And even if you can't go, Tickets are $20.
That's right.
What are you doing with that $20?
GregStalkerSucks.com.
It's a great charity. Yes, GregStalkerSucks.com is an easy way to just go there and donate, even if you can't go.
There you go. All right, Tony Bruno in just about 45 minutes, but right now let's find out what's on the cut sheet.
Yeah.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. See store for details. Relationships really do matter. Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. All right, I'm starting Phil with cut 14. Bum, 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 bum. I just need my sheet here. Sorry.
Do the Trump dance.
Just keep singing, Greg.
So, New York. Speaking of New York City, Mayor Eric Adams defends Daniel Penny.
I'm telling you, man.
Did you guys see this?
It's going to be wild when Eric Adams and John Fetterman run as Republicans in 2032.
The jury's still deliberating. I know.
They are. All right. Since we're down this rabbit hole, what do we think he's going to be found guilty?
I'll stick with the prediction I had at the beginning of the week. Not guilty.
Don Stensland.
I think they might split the baby on this one. It is a Manhattan jury. And so I think they might go for the lesser charge. But I think...
Yeah, I could see that.
The fact that it's going this long, I don't know.
I think guilty.
But I don't think... there are multiple charges.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be guilty for the most serious
right.
charge.
Do you know what the most serious charge is?
Criminal homicide or negligent homicide?
Yeah, there's manslaughter, so they'll go for the lesser.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, and when I say guilty, don't misinterpret what I'm saying. I do not think that he's guilty. I've been on record saying this man is a national hero. But I don't trust juries.
Yeah.
So it's manslaughter, but he's also charged with criminally negligent homicide. So of the multiple charges, I think they'll go for the lesser one, but I think I fear, I hope I'm wrong, but I fear they'll go for the lesser charge.
I'm going to go back to what I said. I think it was either Friday or Monday. Always keep in mind the mood of the nation, and I think the mood has changed away from this ridiculous demonization of people that do the right thing as good Samaritans. And it only takes one on that jury. Just one that says, you know what, I don't believe the prosecution proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
But they asked to hear back the judge's instructions.
Yeah.
So all of this matters.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Very critical judge instructions.
And that's why I at first I agreed with you, Nick, and now I'm praying for him. I hope it's over.
But I think the longer it goes, it plays into what Dawn thinks is the outcome here, where we're going to split the baby.
These dopey jurors. Can we hear this?
I know. They pay attention. I would lose my mind.
You
if
have
I was
one
a
job.
judge.
You're literally one job with a man's life on the line.
I'd go through a gavel a week.
So Eric Adams, I think, has done a complete 180. In my opinion, you know, he campaigned on sanctuary cities, and now he's like, I'm gonna we need to deport everybody, this, that, and the other. Now he's supporting Daniel Penny. He says in this clip, and I'm not sure where this is from. It sounds like he was on a radio show, that he blasts the media for portraying Jordan Neely as an innocent child. Adams said Penny did what New York City should have done as a city. Like goes out and is basically saying what I'm saying.
Yes, this is a former police officer, right?
Go.
Look at that on a multi-faceted approach of everything that's wrong with the system that we're facing. One, look at the photo that they used to show the victims. It seemed like it was a young, innocent child who was brutally murdered. And it gave that impression. When you looked at the photo that was being used, it wanted to set up in the minds of people that we were dealing with a young, innocent child that, just a Michael Jackson intimidator that, was just brutally assaulted. Then you look at
Intimidator.
complete failure of our mental health system, a complete failure. From the days of closing psychiatric wards and having those who needed help just turned over into the street without giving any safety net to accept them. Parents reach out to me all the time and say, I'm watching my child go down, or my loved one, my family member going down this serious decline. What do we do? A system where you brought people into hospitals, gave them medicine for one day, and sent them back. The young man in this case was going within our system, throughout the revolving door of our system. Now, we're on the subway where we're hearing someone talking about hurting people, killing people. You have someone on that subway who was responding, doing what we should have done as a city and a state of having a mental health facility. Those passengers were afraid. I'm hoping that the jury will hear all the facts. Based on all the facts that's laid out, a jury of his peers will make the right decision. And I don't want to prejudge that. I'm just looking at all the facts that are involved here and what we did to get to where we are and what we're seeing. Because that could have easily been a case where you saw 3 innocent people murdered on our street 2 weeks ago.
Well said by Eric Adams. And again, it's not about the identity of the victim. It's not about the race or the career background of the person that's sitting in jail. The only thing that matters are the facts, and the facts. And the fact is this. If you take a step back from just this, and Eric Adams' pivot in the last 6 months since he was federally investigated and there was a raid into his offices and things like that, you look at Fetterman's 180. This just goes to show you the last 4 years was a grift. It was a troll job. It was this catering and pandering to all these absurd ideas, these sanctuary cities, defund the police. All this progressive hogwash nonsense is all coming. And as soon as it failed, and it failed quickly, they're all going to pivot back and slide back more moderate. That's what Adams will do. The only people that'll double down on this are like the AOCs of the world. And once she loses, she'll pivot away from the madness as well. But you look, I don't know. You can give Eric Adams credit. You can call him a fraud as a politician. Either one is applicable. It's fine by me. But this, I really do believe Daniel Penny should be a free man. And the only argument I think anybody can make where Dawn's verdict becomes truth and it becomes the result is if you want to argue the 6-minute chokehold. But then again, you know what?
And that's what they wanted to review, Nick.
Right. But
they just reviewed
where
that.
were the police at? Where were the authorities at that?
Poor son of a bitch.
Where Penny could have said, you know what? Okay, I'm going to release it because there's 3 cops over it. Well, I'll let you handle it from here. I did my good Samaritan work, right?
If they convict on the manslaughter charge, they don't even have to consider the lesser charge of criminally negligent homicide.
Right.
So the lesser charge that I'm talking about, criminally negligent homicide, says that it involves engaging in serious blameworthy conduct while not perceiving the risk of what could happen there. So the way that the instructions look, and by the way, there's no mandatory prison time for either of these, but generally speaking, the guidance is up to 15 years in prison, but there's no mandatory prison time.
Right. And also,
either of them.
and I believe the autopsy and the, I don't know if you would call it a toxicology report, showed that this guy had, substances in his system and did not die as a direct result of the chokehold.
No, but that's what they wanted to review. That was one of the second things they wanted to review, and they reviewed the medical examiner's testimony. The ME was the final witness for the prosecution, remember? And the medical examiner concluded that Neely died from compression to his neck, a conclusion that the defense that you're talking about, the defense had their expert on.
So you had dueling experts, right?
You did, but the one that they listened to, that they redid and wanted to rewind, was the medical examiner.
Okay. But defense has closing arguments, so the defense could easily come back to what they had with their so-called
But that's
expert,
already
right?
done. This is no. I'm saying the jury, after all the closing arguments were done,
came back
since they've been deliberating. One of the things they wanted to review was what the prosecution's witness, the medical examiner, had said, which was that he died of compression to his neck.
So you think recency bias in the mind of the jurors, last thing they heard?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just telling you what the jury, the things that they're reviewing And among them, what the prosecution's medical examiner witness said, and also the judge's instructions.
I'd actually like to go back and find it. We should go back and search, I don't know, Jimmy Kelly or somebody back there. If we could get, I'd like to know what the makeup of the jury panel is. Men, woman,
I had
white,
that.
black.
It was 7 women, 5 men.
7 women.
7 women, 5 men.
Oof.
And most of them, the majority of them, and I believe all of the 7 women had said, they had reported this, take or have taken for a long time this exact, subway system.
Well, then, you know what? I think that plays into the advantage of Daniel Penny, because they know firsthand knowledge of this subway system, how dangerous it is. Perhaps this individual that Penny, is being charged with killing, what is it? Jordan Neely is the name. Mm-hmm. I actually feel, and you know what? Women, safety, subway, man, doing the right thing, trying to protect.
I don't know, bro. I do not like the makeup of that juror.
I know.
You don't?
No.
5 men. I got to think one man on there is probably.
So I just, I've said this all week. I just watched that Menendez series on Netflix, and the first trial for the Menendez was 5 men, 5 women, and all the women sided with the Menendez kids, and all the men sided against them. So
Okay.
I'm just telling you, the emotional reaction to stuff like this is never a positive thing for. Plus, it's gonna be like, we're gonna do this. It's the bro culture. Everybody thinks they're an MMA fighter. It's the Joe Rogans. It's, you know what I mean? Like, I can already see this narrative playing out.
Mm-hmm.
Can't you?
Oh, of course. But you know what? The jury's role is to not look at narrative, right?
I don't disagree. But that's not what they do.
No, of course
that's not what they do.
I know. Which is, I think, one of the shams and the injustices of our system is that juries can't just look at facts, and that's all they're supposed to look at.
You did a big take yesterday on the Supreme Court. Yesterday, they heard a high-profile culture war clash on the Tennessee ban on gender-affirming care. By the way, reading from the AP here, they say that it seems likely that the Supreme Court will uphold the Tennessee ban on medical treatment.
Ruling in favor of the AG.
Yep. The justice's decision, not expected for several months, again, reading from the AP, could affect similar laws enacted by another 25 states and a range of other efforts to regulate lives of transgender people, as what they...
It's not, it's children. The cases of, I'm just telling you, the case is not,
and
it
Dawn,
has
you
nothing to
said-
do with adults. This has to do with, and it's not a ban. This is I'm just pointing out the bias of the language of the AP. The argument is that Tennessee is saying we have states' rights and we are protecting the children of Tennessee. If you're 18 and above and you want to cut off your private parts, you go at it.
And
We're
you said
talking about
yesterday,
children.
Dawn, that they're probably not till April, right, when they go back to session?
Yeah.
Yep.
Again, reading from the AP, this line: the case is being weighed by a conservative-dominated court after a presidential election in which Donald Trump and his allies promised to roll back protections for transgender people, showcasing the uneasy intersection between law, politics, and individual rights. The Biden administration's top Supreme Court lawyer warned a decision favorable to Tennessee could also be used to justify nationwide restrictions on transgender health care for minors.
Nationwide protection, I would rewrite that. Nationwide protection of America's children. These are individuals who are children under the age of 18, and protecting them from these so-called treatments, which are invasive, and in many cases, if you listen to the arguments yesterday by these attorneys, they acknowledge that sometimes the studies show, yes, it sterilizes a person.
Yep.
And so it's not quite as reversible as they say. And I'll point out to you that CASS, you can look up the report that influenced the entire UK, all of Europe. They have reversed a lot of their feelings about it after an independent review that showed all of the invasive, type things from whether they put them on hormones, which can cause cancer.
I didn't even play a clip yet. My
sterilize them.
Just wait till Dawn gives her take after the clip.
But this is a battle over protecting America's children. And
Get them, Dawn, get it. Yeah.
If they rule in the state's favor, and it's a states' rights issue, much like Roe, then they protect America's children.
My head's still
Huge.
spinning over Ketanji Brown Jackson's explanation of a few concepts yesterday. But
all right, let's start with that then, shall we? This is cut 11, Phil. Ketanji Brown Jackson,
The
Justice.
Biden-appointed SCOTUS justice.
Jackson compares bans on sex changes for kids to bans on interracial marriage. Cut 11.
Drawn by the statute. That was sort of like the starting point. The question was whether it was discriminatory because it applied to both races and it wasn't, necessarily invidious or whatever. But, as I read the statute here, the case here, the court starts off by saying that Virginia is now one of 16 states which prohibit and punish marriages on the basis of racial classifications. And when you look at the structure of that law, it looks in terms of, you can't do something that is inconsistent with your own characteristics. It's sort of the same thing. So it's interesting to me that we now have this different argument, and I wonder whether Virginia could have gotten away with what they did here by just making a classification argument the way that Tennessee is in this case.
Yes, I think that's exactly right, that there is absolutely a parallel between any law that says you can't act inconsistent with a protected characteristic and in all other contexts.
So she got absolutely shredded yesterday on social media for that comparison with interracial marriage. It's a terrible comparison.
Yeah, because it's about adults.
Right.
Because if she wants to compare correctly, she should say interracial marriage between 11-year-olds.
Right.
This is about children.
It's just amazing to me. And again, when we talk about certain lawyers, like Kamala Harris was a prosecutor, and we've talked about Kamala Harris for a bazillion years. I don't think Kamala Harris is overly intelligent. I do think when you get to the level of a SCOTUS justice, regardless if it's your party or the other party, putting them in that position, I don't think Ketanji Brown Jackson by any stretch is stupid. You don't have dumb people in the Supreme Court of the United States. Like if you're a judge or a prosecutor, like that's about as high up at the food chain as you can get. The analogy, the comparison is just absolutely terrible. But why do we have to muddy the waters with common sense? That's the thing that drives me nuts about all of this. And then you're bringing up interracial marriage and this and that. The bottom line is this. If you cannot have informed consent, keyword informed consent, on things like putting a tattoo on your body, a piercing. We've gone down the list of what you need informed consent for, or adult suit, the whole bit. Why is it possible that you can even entertain the idea? See, like we've allowed this to become commonplace, and these procedures are not commonplace. Statistically, there are still a small percentage of people that go through this whole charade. But you're telling me that you think like a 12-year-old is capable enough mentally to process the lifelong impacts of chopping off your penis or your breasts or having your full apparatus removed, your vagina, uterus, all the parts, right? All the plumbing, everything that goes with it, right? There's just no way and what I hate the most is the selective science. We're going to adhere to this because it fits our agenda, but then we just dismiss this because it's against our agenda. If science tells us the brain is not fully formulated until 25 years old, get out of my face with telling me that a 10-year-old can sit here and say what's best for them. And then we have to hear the horror stories 15 years later when it's, I want to have children. I'm sorry, Bob, you can't because you cut it all off. Really? Like that's what and honestly, we're wasting our time with the Supreme Court of the United States on this stuff. It's madness. You're born a boy. You're born a girl. Okay, I dealt with identity crises when I was 14. I'm sure Greg did. I'm sure Dawn did. Not once did I say, I'm going to hack off my body parts. It's just ridiculous.
Justice Sotomayor downplays the risk of mutilation for minors. She says every medical treatment has risks, even taking asprin. So,
I take that back. Ketanji's not a sharp tool.
if you allow your 8-year-old to cut off their wang, it's just like the side effects of taking aspirin.
It's just a wang.
What it could eventually do to your liver.
Right.
I guess,
yeah.
in 40 years.
Yeah. If you
pop
4 aspirin 3 times a day for 10 straight years, your liver's probably going to crap out on you. No crap.
8, Phil, go.
Cannot eliminate the risk of detransitioners. So it becomes a pure exercise of weighing benefits versus risk. And the question of how many minors have to have their bodies irreparably harmed for unproven benefits is one that is best left.
I'm sorry, counselor. Every medical treatment
has a risk. Even taking aspirin. There is always going to be a percentage of the population under any medical treatment that's going to suffer a harm. So the question in my mind is not, do policymakers decide whether one person's life is more valuable than the millions of others who get relief from this treatment? The question is, can you stop one sex from the other?
But we never prescribe medicines for children.
My son can't take cough medicine.
Right. We never prescribe medicines to children that are designed for adults.
Yep.
And there is a higher standard of labeling, and I hope the lawyers said that. There's a higher standard of labeling for medicines or treatments for children as opposed to adults.
Yes.
The whole issue here should be, they should say children every other word.
I agree wholeheartedly. And the other thing that's so infuriating about this right now is that we're talking about this in this country. And you go back to the big take I had earlier this week about Make America Healthy Again. We've been talking about Big Pharma, the advertising that these companies do, these products, the side effects. I would also love to know the percentage or just the raw number of trans procedures for minors in this country versus every other country on the planet, because I think that would confirm the belief and the suspicion that this is a cultural trend.
Of course it is.
That we're witnessing.
You think we talked yesterday
You
about
think they're doing this in Russia?
Angola, Africa, right? Where Joe Biden was. They literally live in mud huts.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that as a stereotype. They literally live in mud huts.
It's fact.
It's fact. And do you think that they're worried about, oh man, I don't know if I'm a boy or a girl. Maybe I should get my penis chopped off.
How many
what?
How many 9-year-olds have had this procedure in China or in Italy or France? I'm sure we could find
France,
the numbers.
Definitely France.
Definitely.
Yes, but
hideous country.
Understand that in Europe and most other countries except the USA, puberty blockers are denied for children. Cross-sex hormones denied to children.
Good, as they should be.
Surgeries are off the table 100% before adulthood. That's the rest of the world. This is this is an American issue.
That's what I was suspecting.
And I'm looking up the stats right now.
And I'm all for being a capitalist. I'm all for making money. But, man, we have a bunch of whores in this country that are just all out for the bottom line dollar, because there's no way you can convince me all of these doctors genuinely believe this stuff that are performing it. Not the ones that are against it and remain true to the Hippocratic Oath, but the ones that are doing it. I mean, seriously, I've never met a poor doctor, right?
Yeah.
Is there a poor doctor out there? There's no poor doctors.
Well, agreed. But I think some doctors are kind of caught between a rock and a hard place in this.
Agreed.
Well, then punt. If you're on the fence, then punt and go on defense.
But I'm going to push back too, because part of this is that we've seen, and I think this goes to the lobbying, it goes to the pharmaceutical industries. I mean, think about one of the lead stories as we see this CEO of, and we're hearing about the numbers of as far as the dollar amounts that these pharmaceutical companies, and these insurance companies, and the numbers are just mind-boggling as to their profits, billions and billions of dollars. And so this is profitable. And remember that, who was this? Was it Matt Walsh? I reported this yesterday, but remember that there was one insurance company and there were pharmaceuticals that had been caught on these undercover videos where they talk about the massive profit margin.
It was,
and if they remember this?
The Project Veritas guy.
And so in other words, if they can, if the lobbyists and so on can convince all of the industries that in fact this is compassionate care and that this is the way to treat children and adults, and then you get Medicare to get involved or government entities to pay for these expensive treatments, now this is like a cash cow.
Yeah, and remember,
it's new revenue.
Yeah, speaking of Matt Walsh, because he is based in Nashville, Tennessee. We gave you that story of Vanderbilt University Children's Hospital, where they were performing trans procedures. They got kind of outed publicly through somebody like a Matt Walsh or a Project Veritas, and then scrubbed their website. All the literature that was on their website under the trans procedures for minors was scrubbed. So if you're doing this in the best interest of children and you think you're on the righteous side of history, why are you backpedaling and covering up your tracks? You don't do that if you think you're right.
Yeah.
But for the doctors have been told and trained in that this, in America, that this is, this is compassionate and this is the right thing to do. And so this ruling will be critical to say that the states have the rights. But I would tell you also that as we look at this, they should change the rules that if somebody who's now 8 years old, because they're prescribing these things for 8-year-olds, that an 8-year-old, if you grow up and you turn 20 or 25 or 30, just remove any statute of limitations. If you're 45, this is like, 40 years from now, and you say, boy, this so-and-so hospital or so-and-so pharmaceutical, and they allowed me to be on puberty blockers when I was 8, I now have cancer, or I now am, I was sterilized, and I want $1 billion. Just remove all of any gates from allowing that person who was, who's 8 years old today from suing, and you will end this today.
Good point.
Justice Alito went after the evil practice of so-called gender-affirming care that the Biden administration is defending. This is cut 10, Phil.
A question about the state of medical evidence at the present time. In your petition, you made a sweeping statement, which I will quote. Overwhelming evidence establishes that the appropriate gender-affirming treatment with puberty blockers and hormones directly and substantially improves the physical, psychological well-being of transgender adolescents with gender dysphoria. That was in November 2023. Now, even before then, the Swedish National Board of Health and Welfare wrote the following. They currently assess, quote, that the risks of puberty blockers and gender-affirming treatment are likely to outweigh the expected benefits of these treatments, which is directly contrary to the sweeping statement in your petition. After the filing of your petition, of course, we saw the release of the Cass report in the United Kingdom, which found a complete lack of high-quality evidence showing that the benefits of the treatments in question here outweigh the risks. And so I wonder if you would like to stand by the statement that you made in your petition, or if you think it would now be appropriate to modify that and withdraw the statement that there is overwhelming evidence establishing that these treatments have benefits that greatly outweigh the risks and the dangers.
I, of course, acknowledge, Justice Alito, that there is a lot of debate happening here and abroad about the proper model of delivery of this care and exactly when adolescents should receive it and how to identify the adolescents for whom it would be helpful. But I stand by that there is...
There you go.
So what I find interesting here, under the context of what Alito was saying there with the phrase psychological well-being, and again, I understand mental health is a real thing. I'm not sitting here and mocking it or saying you're soft or weak. I mean, I do think some people claim mental health when they really just need to toughen up a little bit and deal with the realities of life as an adult. But it's a legit thing. Psychological well-being, and this goes back to what Stocker always says, you're always in a rush to medicate, give them pills. Except in this case, where if they're going through a mental health crisis at 12, maybe actually giving them some medication would be a better and less punitive long-term damage type thing as opposed to chopping off body parts, right? Like, you can't have it both ways where it's always mental health, medicate, pill, except in this case where Bobby says, you know what, I'm 11 and I've known since I was 2 I was something else, so let's just start hacking off our limbs. To me, it feels a little hypocritical under the whole umbrella of mental health that we love to medicate, except in these cases, now we have to just start castrating and surgically removing parts. I don't know. I think I would maybe start with medicine for a little bit.
Well, I mean, I think it's a good sign that it looks like the Supreme Court seems to likely uphold the Tennessee ban.
Well, that's because it's a Trump-packed conservative bench, as the AP said.
That's why I read from the AP just for that particular reason.
It's a states' rights. It's definitely a states' rights court.
Mm-hmm.
That they're pro states' rights.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's more than anything else. I think that's what this is about.
Let me just call it child welfare, right? Doing what's in the best interest of the child. And then when you get to the age of consent, you know what? You're 18. You want to do it? All right. As Elon Musk said, you've been informed of the risks. You're an adult. You do you.
There was a press conference yesterday where the police released information on the shooting, the assassination of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Midtown Manhattan yesterday. And in the news conference, it was revealed that the wife of Brian Thompson says that he had received threats leading up to the shooting in the Manhattan in Manhattan. Let's play a little bit from this press conference yesterday. This is cut 5. Go.
Thank you, Commissioner. The information I'm about to give you is preliminary as our investigation is continuing. This morning at 6:46 a.m., patrol officers from Midtown North Precinct responded to a 911 call of a person shot in front of the Hilton Hotel located at 1335 Avenue of the Americas. This is between West 53rd Street and West 54th Street. At 6:48 a.m., officers arrive and find the victim, Brian R. Thompson, a 50-year-old male, on the sidewalk in front of the Hilton with gunshot wounds to his back and leg. Mr. Thompson was removed by EMS to Roosevelt Hospital, where he was pronounced dead at 7:12 a.m. Mr. Thompson is the CEO of United Healthcare and resides in Minnesota. Detectives from Night Watch, Midtown North Detective Squad, and Manhattan South Homicide responded to the scene and began their investigation.
He looks like
what
Joey
we know
Gladstone.
is that the shooter arrived at the location on foot about 5 minutes prior to the victim's arrival. He stands alongside the building line as numerous other people and pedestrians pass him by. From video, we see at 6:44 a.m., the victim is walking alone towards the Hilton after exiting his hotel across the street. We believe the victim was headed to the Hilton Hotel to attend the United Health Group Investors Conference that was scheduled to start at 8 a.m. The shooter appears to be a light-skinned male. He's wearing a light brown or cream-colored jacket, a black face mask, black and white sneakers, and a very distinctive gray backpack. The shooter steps onto the sidewalk from behind the car. He ignores numerous other pedestrians, approaches the victim from behind, and shoots him in the back. The shooter then walks toward the victim and continues to shoot. It appears that the gun malfunctions as he clears the jam and begins to fire again. The shooter then flees on foot northbound into an alleyway between 54th Street and 55th Street. Once at West 55th Street, the shooter continues to walk westbound on Avenue of the Americas, where he gets onto an electric e-city bike and rides northbound on the Avenue of Americas towards Central Park, where at 6:48 a.m. we have the shooter riding this bike into Central Park at Center Drive. At the scene, we recover 3 live 9mm rounds and 3 discharged 9mm shell casings. The motive for this murder currently is unknown, but based on the evidence we have so far, it does appear that the victim was specifically targeted, but at this point we do not know why. This does not appear to be a random act of violence. We are seeking information from the public to help identify the shooter. As the Commissioner said, we have upped the reward up to $10,000 for information. You're urged to contact Crime Stoppers at 1-800-577-TIPS. All information will be kept anonymous. Thank you very much.
There you go.
So I believe you said that this guy was originally from Minnesota.
Yep.
And I understand United Healthcare has got workers, all over the country, big company and things like that. I would, and they're going to do their investigations. I really think it's somebody that got wronged by Brian Thompson financially.
All the evidence points to that,
Right.
especially with we reported about an hour ago that the shell casing had a claim on it about that was some book about how insurance adjusters deny claims. And
Yeah.
stuff.
So I guess you have to just come down to one of two avenues within that parameter, those parameters right there. Was this somebody that was wronged medically, that was denied a claim, and then start looking through the logs, so to speak? And I don't even know how you begin doing this with a company that big, or also somebody that lost a ton of money in United Healthcare stock, perhaps even somebody that lives in Minnesota.
Although the New York Post is reporting this morning that he was on the verge of a DOJ probe.
Well, yeah, that's what I read. They
for
were
insider
investigating.
trading.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's a lot. Look, there's a lot to it, and just because this happened, now they're going to dig everything up. It's like, well, it's because of this. It's because of this. Like, one could have nothing to do with the other.
Sure.
But I'm just saying, the reason at 6:01 when I said that this kind of smelled to me like a government hit job is just because the methodical way it was planned.
Right.
Although I didn't see the story that we reported an hour ago about the shell casing. So, I don't know. Could it have been like that to make it look like it was, you know what I mean? Like,
that's why I initially had thought government hit job, because when you have the DOJ investigating him, and you also have to wonder, what was United doing to the point where you asked the question, was Uncle Sam getting their cut, right? It's always about the money, right?
Mm-hmm.
So was the government, and where was this probe with DOJ heading? And I mean, seriously, like at this point, would you rule anything out?
No.
After the calendar year we just lived?
And it's a little too clean, too. By the way, the detectives say that the shooting reportedly found shell casing with the words depose, deny, and defend inscribed on them. Again, that just seems a little too clean for me. Doesn't it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is the reason why I did it. I don't know. I'm just...
Well, they should be able to find them, right? DNA on a coffee cup.
Yeah.
You've got personalized bullets. I'm sure they can track down, where those bullets were personally custom made.
Road Warrior says, stop watching movies.
I'd love to hear, Road Warrior, you should call our voicemail machine right now and give us your analysis on the voicemail machine.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, we'll play it at 9:45. You're the expert.
And the New York Post is reporting it's not just on one of the bullets; it's on bullets plural.
Yeah.
Doesn't that scream of too easy? You know what I mean? Like,
or somebody that was
the shell casing said
this guy could have been
exactly the motive.
Well, I mean, this guy could have had 3 or 6 months where he coordinated this to a T.
I don't know, guys. I don't like it.
I thought so. One of the things is I look at this young man as he walks up and just starts shooting, and wants to make sure that this CEO is dead.
Mm-hmm.
Shoots. I mean, I know that the gun jams, and the speculation is because he had a mismatch.
He
of
was
the
not
suppression
leaving
device.
any doubt behind.
Yeah, but he wanted to make sure this guy was
gone,
dead.
Yes, right.
And I thought, you know what? It's usually in a crime that's personal, like let's say a stabbing or a shooting where it's something personal.
Mm-hmm.
They want to face that person,
right?
But then when I read about the bullets and heard about that, I thought, okay, that was because he shoots him in the back.
Right.
He never says, scumbag, you killed my dad, or you know what I mean. There was never a confrontation, at all, and so that struck me as with the bullets, and I thought, okay, that was the statement. That was you saying, I'm going to get you and take you out. You took my loved one out. I don't know.
I don't know. This whole thing smells of this is MAGA country. Jesse Smollett. I'm just telling you guys. I don't like the clean nature of this all.
I would not rule anything out. I mean, think about what we just saw in July. How does Thomas Matthew Crooks get within a centimeter of killing the future president of the United States? How does Ryan Wesley Ruth end up in the bushes at a Trump golf course 1 hole ahead of Donald Trump? How does this guy, and you know what? Go back to that clip we played with that the youngster sitting in his little studio in New York City. This kid was able to track down where that scooter was, the city bikes. You know what it is? There's just so much information out there. Perfect reason why you need DuckDuckGo. There's just so much information out there for.
Agreed.
we all of a sudden we have citizens, which and I'm not criticizing them. This is amazing to see on X that are tracking Justin Trudeau's flight to Mar-a-Lago, right? So there's nothing that is not out there. If people want to find information and where you're going to be, this thing could have been coordinated by this guy alone, merely with the advancements of technology and the internet.
It's too sloppy to be a coincidence for me. I don't know. I don't believe in coincidences.
Well, what if it's a patient, a family or a relative or a friend of somebody that was denied United or somebody that worked at United. Think about that.
Disgruntled employee.
Disgruntled employee. You know that
Or-
your CEO is going to be at this gathering coming up in New York City, and you end up driving out there in advance, scouting it out, finding out which hotel it is, and then kaboom.
Well, Maglemush says wife's lover.
Yeah.
I mean,
It could be domestic. That's exactly right.
Look at all of it. Never, ever, ever discount a love triangle or something like that. I'm just saying. All right, we are way late for Bruno.
Are we really?
Oh my gosh, it's 8:31.
It's 8:31.
Man, that's on time
Holy
these
moly.
days.
Yeah. Sorry, Tony.
Sorry, Tony's in the bullpen. He'll keep tossing it.
I see him.
What's he wearing?
What are
He
you
looks like he's
wearing?
wearing a red flannel shirt.
Oh, beautiful.
Nice.
All right, we'll check in with Farmer Tony on the other side.
Farmer Tony.
Florida Farmer Tony Bruno, as he joins us for his weekly appearance, a day late on a Thursday, and we'll chop it up with Tony Bruno coming up next here on Kale and Company. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. No?
No, yes.
Okay,
yeah,
I thought so. The holiday season, great time to give back, and our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, who we were with last night, are doing just that. Now through December 16th, the Piazza dealership, they are collecting new unwrapped toys in partnership with the Salvation Army. If you'd like to donate to a child in need, visit your local Piazza showroom. There's only 35,000 of them in the area, right? Drop off a toy in any of their donation bins at any of their locations, and their sales and service team will be happy to assist you should you be in the need of automotive needs during your visit. For information, go to piazzaautogroup.com. Thanks for your support, and they wish you a happy holiday.
You know, the idea of being followed or tracked just gives me the creeps, and that's why I'm so grateful for DuckDuckGo's Privacy Pro. And here's why you need to try it out for free for a month. We're able to offer you this free 30-day trial at duckduckgo.com/1210. I want to tell you about this and the unique features offered. So as far as a VPN, this is secure. It's a secure connection anytime, anywhere, and you get full device protection with the VPN that's built right in. And by the way, it's built in for speed. It's so simple. If I can use it, you can use it. And security. And then as well, Privacy Pro, and it's really a threefer. You get 3 services for the price of 1. So the VPN is awesome. Also, what about your personal information removal? So they help you find and remove your personal details like your name and address from those weirdo sites that store it, they sell it, and that helps to combat the identity theft as well as the spam issues that all of us have faced. And then identity theft restoration. So God forbid your identity is stolen. This has happened to me a couple times in my life. It's a nightmare, let me tell you. So in this case, I love this feature offered by DuckDuckGo's Privacy Pro. A specialist is actually going to help you restore your stolen accounts, help recover your financial losses, and then help you correct your credit report. How about that? This is all included in this, but try it out, okay? Try it out and make sure that you like it, that it's right for you. I'm telling you, you're going to love it. I love it so far. And by the way, when you talk about a VPN, you say, Dawn, I got this from somebody. What's a VPN? It's a virtual private network. And that's a secure VPN is so important because it actually encrypts your internet traffic. So it puts a mask on your IP address and location, and that's why it is able to protect you online, protect your privacy by preventing those hackers or those creepy individuals that I talk about from tracking your browsing activity, accessing your sensitive personal data, your financial data, especially when you use the public Wi-Fi networks, essentially acting as a shield, right, for your online activity and your online identity. So I want you to do this. Check it out. And like I say, try Privacy Pro, 3-in-1 subscription service. It includes DuckDuckGo's VPN, personal information removal, identity theft, restoration. Try this out. We're offering this to you for 1 month for free. Privacy Pro, free 30-day trial at duckduckgo.com/1210. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know that men across the country are getting their ED meds at TriRexMD.com and saving thousands of dollars? TriRexMD.com has FDA-approved ED meds and is now offering sample packs. Listen to what guys are saying about TriRexMD.com.
My partner thinks that I am a rock star.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is definitely much happier.
I walk a little taller when I'm using the product, knowing what the results are going to be.
Because it is effective, I say I'm on a second honeymoon.
It's literally life-changing.
Visit TriRexMD.com. Your consultation is free, there's no copays, no doctor office visits, and your shipping is always free. You can now access a 30-day sample pack at TriRexMD.com with generics, if appropriate. Visit TriRexMD.com right now to get your sample pack. That's TriRexMD.com.
Hey, radio listeners, don't miss the Legacy Box Cyber Week sale going on now.
You've heard about Legacy Box all year long. And with our Cyber Week sale, now is the time to take advantage of our best sale of the year. Legacy Box is the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. It's simple, safe, and has been trusted by millions.
That's right. It's our best sale of the year. Right now, when you go to LegacyBox.com, you can save an unreal 65% on your Legacy Box.
And for a limited time, you can preserve your tapes, film reels, and photos for as low as $27, saving you hundreds.
Hurry, our best sale of the year won't last long. Visit LegacyBox.com for an unreal 65% off during our Cyber Week sale. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Shop our Cyber Week sale now at LegacyBox.com/value to take 65% off. Buy your Legacy Box today and send in when you're ready. LegacyBox.com/value.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kale and Company, 8:39 here on a Thursday morning. Let's go. Let's go to Florida right now. Let's go. Not just to talk to Tony Bruno. I think Greg, Dawn, and myself should just leave right now and go to Florida because this weather sucks. But one man who doesn't is the great Tony Bruno. Hello, sir.
Good morning. It's a brisk 63 this morning. We did go down to 45 the other night, and I had to turn on the fake fireplace for a couple of minutes just to take the chill out of the room.
Oh, God.
But we do have, it's a thing that happens every year when the temperature gets into the 40s in some parts of Florida, mostly north of here, but iguanas who sleep in trees, they basically become catatonic, sort of like Joe Biden in Africa, and they fall asleep, and then they fall out of the trees. So iguanas fall out of trees here. Joe Biden falls into Africa, gives them $1 billion to build a train. Why wasn't Mayor Pete over there and tell him how to build a non-racist train across the continent? Mayor Pete, where is he now? And by the way, where is the vice president? Has anybody seen the vice president?
Oh, that's right. I forgot
She's still vacationing in Hawaii.
No, I think she's back from Hawaii. I don't know. Now there's all kinds of rumors that she and her husband are splitting up.
Oh,
seen that? I hate that kind of rumor
Me
stuff.
too.
But
Right.
how could that possibly happen?
I know.
How dare they?
That's right. She loves her. She loves her Dougie, Tony. And her bonus daughter as they play board games during the holidays and then post
By
pictures.
the way, people
on
are
social
asking
media.
about my. I heard the insults about my flannel shirt.
No insults.
Yeah. Farmer Florida. Tony, what's up?
This isn't a farmer look. This is my lesbian appreciation day. Didn't you guys know that today is lesbian appreciation day?
I did not know that.
Ketanji Brown Jackson was talking about, the difference between transitioning a child and interracial marriage. So I was trying to make sense of that. So I grabbed the first long sleeve shirt I could find and put it on this morning, and it's flannel. Because it is flannel season, is it not?
It is up here for sure. And full disclosure.
Does one have to be gay? Not that there's anything wrong with it to wear flannel. Why is it that flannel is always considered gay people? Only gay people wear flannel.
I love
That's
flannel.
not true.
I love flannel.
I love flannels and I love lesbians. So look,
Well, I do too.
Me.
What about flannel sheets, though? Are they good or bad?
No.
Let's go to the phone.
I sleep with the ceiling fan on all year round because I just need air circulation.
I know, Robin does. It's like 45 degrees.
I love it.
She has the ceiling fan in the bedroom.
Yeah.
We actually just turned off our air conditioning a couple of days ago.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Nice.
That's unbelievable.
Which is an outrage.
It is an outrage.
One of my relatives texted me and said, tell Tone he looks like Burl Ives in that Holly Jolly Christmas.
I love those shows. I was watching one the other night, the original one where Paul Frees, the guy who's the voice in the Haunted Mansion, no longer with us. He does the voice of the Burgermeister.
Sure.
It was Santa Claus, the original one with the stop motion animation. Those are classics, man. I love those shows.
They are. So let me ask you this real quick because we're talking about room temperature. So you have the heat on with the ceiling fan going?
Oh, yeah. All year round. All year round. I need, when I am sleeping, I need air circulating.
Oh, okay. So it's not just a temperature.
I hear you. I totally agree with you. But here, when it's 45 out, Robin doesn't turn the air off. She doesn't turn the heat on. She just puts the ceiling fan on. And then I have to get I actually have to put underwear on and a long sleeve shirt and long pants on to sleep comfortably.
Yeah.
So now, listen, I love it. It's much easier to have the covers on you and feel warm than it is trying to cool off.
Yep.
We get that.
Yep.
But Robin now is like, she's got the fan on high blast, and then I can't get up in the morning because I want to stay in bed and be comfortable underneath the covers.
Exactly right, man. It's ridiculous.
Boxers or briefs?
Uh-oh.
No, and I wear long flannels. I'm into the flannel era right now.
Back to the Burl Ives image.
It's flannel season right now.
It's flannel season. I agree. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in and have some conversation with the great Tony Bruno. He was with us. And thank you so much, Tony, for popping in last week for a couple of days. It was much appreciated.
No, that was fun. That was a lot of fun. I mean, there were a lot of drops being used. That Dan Borowski was playing a lot of drops.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there were outraged management people calling in to rip young Mr. Dan.
Like me, who he was playing drops of me during.
I know he was.
During the show. So,
Holy crap!
I had some words with him afterwards.
No, he's great. He's great.
He
I
is.
didn't realize he was such a tall young man. He's like 6'9", but he can't dunk a basketball.
Well, I mean, neither can Joel Embiid these days. So.
By the way, big game tonight in the Thursday night game, and I know Mr. Stocker is going to have a FanDuel selection for that, right?
Yes, the Thursday night
It's
game.
a big game for the Eagles because if you're an Eagle fan, you're rooting for the Green Bay Packers tonight against the Detroit Lions, right? Because The Eagles are vying for home field and the best team in the NFC.
Yeah.
And the Lions just squeaked by Chicago on Thanksgiving.
How the hell is this a Thursday night game? It's the best game of the week.
Agreed.
This thing needs to be flexed into 4:25 on Sunday afternoon.
Agreed.
Outrage, man.
No, I mean, Prime, by the way, Prime paid a lot of money for the Thursday night game. Speaking of games.
Yeah.
Did you see this story that's circulating? Now, Netflix is in the NFL business, right?
Yes.
And so now they're going to have a Christmas Day doubleheader of NFL games on Netflix. And guess who they're thinking about putting on as one of the broadcasters?
Mike Tyson
and again, I love
Jake
women
Paul.
in sports.
Uh-oh.
Not Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. No, that would actually be good. I would watch that.
Yeah.
Mina Kimes.
Oh, Tony, don't criticize her. If you criticize her, you will immediately be labeled sexist.
I'm not sexist. I think the women in sports now are everywhere. So nobody's complaining about women in sports.
No.
There are many women play-by-play broadcasters who do a good job.
Yep.
Tons of women covering beats, NFL, NBA. So women in sports is no longer a rarity.
That's
I
right.
mean, the majority of women covering sports, post-game shows, sideline reporters are women. So
but
women haven't been.
she's going to be in the analyst seat, which
Exactly.
is outrageous.
It's ridiculous.
Now
She's as qualified to be an NFL analyst as I am at going into an operating suite and performing a gender transmission operation. I could go in and disembowel young kids.
Is that
without their
automatic or
parents'
stick
consent.
shift?
Whatever you
Transmission's
need.
not a bad
I mean,
idea.
I can
Put
do
a
anything.
transmitter in there.
Speaking of trans, yeah.
But
No,
you,
I mean,
but you know
literally,
what?
seriously.
That's the thing that's annoying about this is if you criticize the decision for that, you're sexist when you're. But here's the reality: like there's analysts in the NBA, like Doris Burke. She played the game and coached.
Exactly.
Mina Kimes never played a down in football in her life. I'm not qualified to be an NFL analyst, and I played high school football.
I am.
But this deal is not
I
been
can do it,
finalized.
but listen.
What'd you say,
Mina Kimes is a DEI hire, with all due respect.
Yep.
She's just a pretty face on TV. I don't
very
get
cute.
her. Yeah,
Very
she's
cute.
all right.
What
I
did
mean,
say,
you know,
Dawn,
at
about
2 a.m., coming out of a stumbling out
Oh
of a
my
bar.
God.
and fish-
Stop.
What'd you say,
know what
Dawn,
I'm saying?
about
I'd say, yeah.
it's something?
Netflix. So it's the Christmas NFL extravaganza is being reported.
Yep.
And ESPN NFL analyst, that's what they're calling her, Mina Kimes.
She's an NFL analyst?
That's what they're saying right here.
Look, I mean, she knows her sports.
But the
She
deal
is
has not yet been finalized.
I have no problem with her doing a talk show or doing play-by-play. But analyzing plays when you never played the game, don't insult our intelligence. Right, Tone?
Exactly. Listen, I get it. You know, Netflix, everybody has the NFL now. I mean, I think Tubi's getting the NFL. You know, I think Ion Television is getting the NFL. Everybody's got a contract with the NFL.
Nickelodeon had it last year with the
know.
slime game.
Yep.
Now, if they want to slime her on Christmas Day,
Oh, that's not
I'll say
nice.
this. I would rather watch her doing an NFL Christmas Day game than watch her doing an NBA game on Christmas Day when the NBA has decided and deemed that that's when the NBA season starts, because nobody's watching this garbage NBA Cup. And by the way, the golden ball, the golden bat, that's the big story in baseball.
Yeah, what
the
is
golden
I
bat.
saw that. So give us the details. What the hell is that about?
Apparently, Rob Manfred, the commissioner who once called the MVP trophy a piece of he called the baseball trophy a piece of junk or piece of whatever it was.
Right.
Now, to make the baseball even more exciting, you notice baseball always has to change its rules. The NFL always has to change its rules. The NBA keeps changing its rules because they know there's something wrong with like the NBA All-Star game. Now they're going to make it like the MTV rock and sock thing where they're not going to have teams anymore. They're going to play, they're going to play first team to 20 wins. They try to make their all-star games more attractive.
Yeah.
Because nobody's watching it.
Nobody cares.
But what the problem with baseball is, they have pitch clock. They change the rules. Guy starts at second base. Why don't they have little kids go out? Why don't they have kids run the bases for the players? The older players now, if you're a DH and you're in your 40s and you can't run anymore, the daddy hits the ball as the DH, and then the son runs to first base for him. Yeah. I mean, is that what we're going to do in baseball now? So they're going to have a golden at bat, which makes no sense. And every baseball player, anybody who's watched a baseball game, even Little League coaches are going crazy. So you can grab one of your players to go and grab a bat anytime in the game. So let's see, the Dodgers have the bases loaded, so they'll just put Shohei Ohtani up there to be the pinch hitter anytime during the game so he can go up and hit a grand slam.
So you can.
How ridiculous is that?
So you basically can put up your best hitter one time a game at any point in the game for any situation.
Yep.
Oh,
apparently, that's even
ridiculous.
soccer.
That is
even
ridiculous.
Soccer doesn't do the golden. Remember, soccer used to have the golden goal.
Oh my God!
Back, the golden goal was that they would, bring the team that scores first with this golden ball.
Yeah.
Instead of playing endless overtimes and then ending up in a tie and then going to shootouts, they would have the golden goal.
Yeah.
And they would put it out there. Not the Golden Globes. Nobody watches that crap anymore. I mean, seriously, do they?
No.
But by the way, can I just a side note here, since we're Miss Robin is on the YouTube chat, Tony.
I know Robin does her own show while we're on here.
She says she has a bed jet that blows cool air under the covers.
Yes.
Really?
Wow.
Yes, it blows hot air or cool air, the bed jet.
Is that
we don't have any kind of endorsement deal. We paid for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like a little fan that has a tube that goes right underneath the covers.
Yeah.
So if it's too hot, you can cool it off, or if it's a little chilly, turn it on.
So is that to blow out? Is that to blow out your hot air that you leave under the covers?
No.
Those Dutch ovens.
So is this like what is this like a Bobo Tempur-Pedic?
No, this thing's legit.
Really?
It's for women going through menopause, apparently. That's become one of the big things. Women have hot flashes.
Yeah.
I mean, I have hot flashes too, but
Right.
I'm Italian.
Right.
That's
you
what
get
happens.
those twice a day.
So this is like it's like a box, and then it has like a like the accordion, like your dryer vents.
Yeah, like one of those hoses, like the
like the
dryer
hose.
hose that
I
you
need
see.
like
that.
the dryer hose.
I need that.
I need
and
the
then
hose
could
too.
you could like why don't you? So is it on her side? So then it like blows this. That sounds freezing.
Yeah, you can set the temperature. If it's a little too chilly, you turn it on. Now look it up. I mean, it's a legit
Talk about a
product.
blowhole.
Robin's had it for years.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And so especially when it's hot and you
Right.
want cool under there, it's much better.
Yeah.
Or like my feet get cold because
Right.
I'm old. So your feet get cold, so I don't want to wear socks when I go to bed. So she puts the bed jet on heat a little bit, and then she turns the ceiling fan on to the point where it sounds like a jet engine in the room, and that kind of stuff.
Sounds like a Boeing 747.
And I don't know how I sleep at night.
And as Miss Robin has said before,
Play it right, both people win.
there you go. Play it right, both people win.
You have a Miss Robin.
I
drop?
have a Robin.
That's
Play
amazing.
it right, both people win.
That's
There you
amazing.
go.
That's amazing.
I have everything on this.
Now I don't have a Tempur-Pedic, where you have the side, one side's to the right height, this side's hard, this side's cold. What is this, Goldilocks and the Three Bears? Just get in bed, lay down, and shut the hell up and go to bed.
Exactly. All right, let's get down to business. I don't know what we've been doing for the last 15 minutes, but it was fun.
What do you mean? We've been breaking down the most important issues of the morning.
Amen.
We seamlessly weave from like 6 different stories in 13 minutes.
That's the beauty
No
of the
other show can do that.
Nope.
It's unbelievable. Bruno, your thoughts on the whole we've been playing the footage this morning and trying to break down the motive behind this United CEO execution.
Yeah.
You have any thoughts on the video footage you've seen?
Well, I mean, they freeze it. I don't. Now somebody posted a picture, those city bikes that they rent.
Yeah.
Apparently there's some kid at home who's got into the city bike website and has been able to see every bike that was rented and found the one bike that this apparent suspect rented. So they're going to get this guy sooner or later. But the guy left his gun in a city bike in the basket on the front of it. You've seen those things.
Oh.
And it's like you pull one out, you got to use a credit card to get it out of the thing. So, I mean, this guy left so many clues. And then he's a professional assassin. And then people press the professional assassin. And professional assassin doesn't shoot a guy in the leg and then decide after the gun jams to shoot him in the back with a silencer, and also happen to be sleeping there all night on that corner right in Midtown Manhattan. The guy's sleeping. Well, there's a lot of people sleeping on the streets, unfortunately.
That's a good point.
And this guy waits all night for this guy. Listen, I just had the one thing. I have United Healthcare.
Me too.
And of course, it's the never-ending. By the way, it's going to finally come to an end this Saturday.
What's that? United
if you
Healthcare?
have no, not United Healthcare.
okay.
It's that time of year when you have to see if you need more. You get more benefits if you have Medicare. And Medicare, you have to go in and then and you have to call, and then every insurance agent in America is basically selling you government insurance, and they get a profit off of it. And that's the way the insurance industry works. So United Healthcare, I've had forever, and they pay my bills because I pay them money to pay my bills. But a lot of people don't like it. And apparently there's this other controversy going on where these guys, the United Healthcare guy and his partner, sold all their stocks, and then they got away with tons of money and dumped the stock, so the price went down. So I don't know what's going on there. I don't follow that stuff. But something smells about this story. Why would a guy go from Minnesota to New York to speak, and then somebody finds out what hotel he's in and exactly where he's going to go speak, and then wait for him to come out of the hotel and then shoot him in the back? And he shoots him in the leg first and then shoots him in the back. I mean, that's not a hit job. Even the South Philly Mafia, the Joey Merlinos and those guys who couldn't shoot straight, even those guys were better hit men. And they sucked. So, I mean, our local mafia can't even shoot straight anymore. It's not like the good old days.
I know.
In the Angelo Bruno days, when you pulled out a hit, you made sure that's why when you go into an Italian restaurant growing up in South Philly, you always sit in the back facing the door. You always want to see who's coming in the door.
That's right.
You got to learn these things. If somebody's coming after you, you got to see they're coming in.
Head on a swivel.
But this guy wasn't a professional hitman.
Yep. All right, we're going to keep Tony around for the 9 o'clock hour. We'll come back. I want to get Tony's thoughts on Joe Biden's pardoning of Hunter, the Pete Hegseth drama. Also, two individuals say that they would be a lock as the Democratic ticket in 2028. I'm sure Tony will have a thought or two on that, and we'll do that when we come back here on Kale and Company.
Guarding online privacy is so critical for me personally and professionally because that idea of just being tracked is so creepy. And that's why I love DuckDuckGo's Privacy Pro. Here's why you need to try it out for free for a month. That's what I want to tell you about. They have servers across the U.S., across Europe, so you get the closest connection to maximize speed, stability, and you can choose to connect to any of their servers worldwide. That has to do with their VPN that they offer with Privacy Pro. It's a threefer, as I say. The VPN secures your connection anytime, anywhere. You get full device protection with that VPN, which is built in for the speed and the security. And if I can use it, you can use it. So it's really simple. And then as well, the personal information removal. So this is important because it finds and then deletes the personal details like your name and address from those sites that store it and then sell it. And it helps to combat the identity theft issue as well as spam. And that leads me to the next one, the third. I've been a victim of identity theft multiple times. It was a nightmare while it was happening, and then to try to reverse the effects of that. So if your identity, God forbid, is stolen, they provide a specialist that's going to help you restore your stolen accounts, help you recover those financial losses, and even help you correct your credit report. I mean, that's incredible to me. And that's just one of these three services, all inclusive of this amazing Privacy Pro subscription that is provided by DuckDuckGo's Privacy Pro. So here's the thing. I want you to try this on us for a month, 30 days. Okay, 30 days. You get to do this free trial, duckduckgo.com/1210. Do this. And then after the 30 days, I'm telling you, you're going to love it. Then you do pay $9.99 a month for the subscription. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
California Psychics is the real deal. They helped me out, totally changed my attitude, totally got me psyched to start my business and to take a new path in my life.
At California Psychics, we only connect our customers with the best. We reject 98% of the psychics who apply to us, so we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
Nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste of Omaha Steaks. It's guaranteed perfection in every single bite. And right now, you can save on unforgettable gifts with 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, they consistently deliver the world's best steak experience. And the gifting experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to deliver that perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages featuring gourmet favorites. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more, save 50% off site-wide for a limited time at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com. That's omahasteaks.com. And an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Listen, here's the secret to your holiday savings. Ready? You can get gifts starting at just $3.99. Toys from Disney, Mattel, Barbie, Sonic, Looney Tunes, Fisher-Price, Play-Doh, Nerf, Hot Wheels, and more. You can put a bow on these brands and won't break the bank. Adidas, Champion, Puma, Reebok, Converse, True Religion, DKNY, and Levi's are all at prices so low, they're basically a gift. The savings are hiding at You can put a bow on these brands and won't break the bank.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Albert the Great Church on Welsh Road in Huntington Valley, Saturday, January 11th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Steel holiday savings are here. Find the perfect gift at your local Steel dealer or shop the Steel Holiday Gift Guide at steelusa.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. It's Kale and Company, 9 o'clock hour in full swing here on a Thursday. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Tony Bruno, 9 o'clock hour brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. The season of performance event has arrived at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester, which we were there last night. Get incredible lease and purchase offers on a new Acura RDX, MDX, Integra, and the all-electric ZDX. Shop online today, piazzaacura.com. Going to get Tony's thoughts on the Eagles and their 8-game win streak and a couple of other things before we wrap up with him this morning. Tony Bruno, your thoughts on the Joe Biden, Hunter Biden pardon that we've been talking about the last couple of days?
What else can I say? I mean, he obviously has been lying all along. Again, I'm saying what everybody else has already said. I don't have a new take on this. You know, he did it for his son. But the bottom line is when you do it and you go back to 2014 when you were the vice president and your son just happened to be going along with you on Air Force Two and cutting deals with all these foreign companies, gas companies in Ukraine.
Yep.
And then Trump was impeached for having a phone call about Ukraine. But there's no problem with the president's son going to Ukraine and being appointed to boards of energy companies in Ukraine. That's okay. That doesn't make sense. And then the laptop, all the pictures are there. There's crimes being committed, crimes against children. You know, so when you look at the body of work, so to speak, of Hunter Biden, again, I know he's not the president, but if you want to investigate other people's families and then you're going to let Joe Biden's son off the hook for things that happened in 2014, retroactive pardons make no sense. Even Bill Clinton, by the way, I don't know if you saw it, he went on and basically took a shot at Joe Biden also. Mm-hmm. He said, you know, when he pardoned his brother, Bill Clinton, on the way out, he said his brother went to jail for 4 years. And that's why he pardoned his brother. Normally a pardon is somebody who's gone to jail, served time, and then you pardon that person. Hunter Biden has never gone to jail for any of his crimes, and he has committed crimes. So that's the part of the pardon that doesn't make any sense to me. You can't pardon people back to things that happened before your dad was even the president of the United States. So it smells, but this is what you expect. All politicians lie, but nobody lies like Joe Biden. I've been following Biden since '73 when he got his first hair plugs, and I was a local news reporter in Philly. The guy's been a liar since day one. He's responsible for all the credit card companies in Delaware charging you 17, 20% interest. Joe Biden is a career crook, a grifter, and a guy who's never worked an honest day in his life.
Wow. Tony Bruno taking Biden to task. Speaking of Biden, the White House now, according to Politico yesterday, weighing preemptive pardons for, as they say, potential Trump targets, which include Tony Fauci, Liz Cheney, and Adam Schiff. I don't think Trump's going to go after any of those people, but they take what Trump says, the quotes that he says, and he puts out there, and now I think this is like narrative spin of the Trump vendetta and the revenge tour. Tony Fauci was never going to serve a day in jail anyway. I don't think Trump's going to waste a second of his time because he doesn't have a lot of time, right?
Well, what the thing I would do with Fauci is you're not going to put him in jail. But I would absolutely strip him of his private security, his 24/7 Secret Service protection. Why does he deserve security and his unbelievable pension when he botched the AIDS epidemic and botched the COVID response? The guy's a criminal. but I wouldn't even put him in jail. And why would you pardon him? Pardoning him means he's committed a crime, right? Aren't you saying that somebody commits a crime, you pardon them for that? What would he be pardoned for if Biden were to do that? That's the question.
It's a great point, and a great point indeed. Last one I want to get to before we get your thoughts on the Eagles. This whole Pete Hegseth story does not seem to go away until either he's nominated and he's in place, or ultimately he gets the Matt Gaetz treatment. But interesting little plot twist, Wall Street Journal reporting a few days ago that if this switch would happen, it could be your governor in Florida, Ron DeSantis. What's the vibe in Florida about DeSantis possibly becoming the new Secretary of Defense?
I don't think it's going to happen. It's just I don't have an insider in Tallahassee. I have a couple of co-eds up there in Tallahassee that I know. But hey, that's what happens. College football comes on. Florida Gators finishing strong. It was really bad earlier in the year.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I mean, come on. No, anyway, I don't know what's going to happen. But the funny thing is, I love when they do the compilations of the media saying, when they were going after Trump, there was a whistleblower, right? Yeah. There was always a whistleblower, but nobody ever knew who the whistleblower was. Now, all of a sudden, when there was a whistleblower against Hunter Biden, that whistleblower, they're calling him the so-called whistleblower. So if it's a whistleblower you don't like, it's so-called. It's just like anonymous people like the New York Times and NBC posting stories about all these people who said Hegseth was a drunk and he was always smelling and reeking of alcohol. And then all the people who worked with him, not only at Fox, but have worked with him on various functions and and his mother goes on. And now Mediaite is ripping the fact that his mother went on Fox and Friends to defend her son, because you're not allowed to do that. But meanwhile, you had Jill Biden saying that you did such a wonderful job, Joe. After he got blown out in the debate, which ended his career. So, it's all politics. It's all petty politics. But the bottom line is if Pete Hegseth is not qualified, then but Dr. Richard Levine was qualified to be the health director. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Just make it make sense. That's all we want. Mm-hmm. We want things that make sense to us.
That's right.
Don't we? Isn't that the bottom line?
That's right. Yes, indeed. And what's making sense is now that the Philadelphia Eagles are winning a whole bunch of football games. Yeah, the Eagles. Thank you, Mr. Fetterman. 10-2. They've won 8 in a row. And I actually hear people and I see tweets where they still don't know if Nick Sirianni's a good coach. Tony, let me ask you this. He's the guy is in his 4th year. This is where Eagle fans are morons. And if I was doing sports, I would just pull out my mallet and hit him over their stinking head. You can't be a moron and a bad coach in the National Football League when you're almost through your 4th year and you've won 70% of your games. Can we give the guy some stinking credit? Or are we going to just get caught up in, remember when he was talking about like watering plants the day he got hired?
Yeah,
and everybody rushed to, oh, this guy's an incompetent boob. He's won 7 out of 10 games he coaches for 4 years now, Tone.
Yeah, but you know how it works in Philly, and it works that way in New York. It works that way in Boston, in Chicago, in cities where they care about sports, especially pro sports, like the cities, the aforementioned ones. I mean, Nick Sirianni can make a bad decision in this game coming up against a bad Carolina team, which, by the way, is playing better. He can make one call, not go for a field goal or miss something, and then they'll still jump all over him, because that's what we do. That's what especially now that we see 10-2. I'm getting calls from friends who are saying, hey, how do I get media credentials for the Super Bowl in New Orleans? So this is the time now when cities like Philly and obviously Detroit and teams with good teams that could possibly be Super Bowl contenders will start planning on, are you going to go to New Orleans to cover the Super Bowl? Now, I go to the Super Bowl every year, so I've already got my credentials ordered for Super Bowl. Now all I need is a hotel room and some airfare. So if somebody wants to get me a hotel and airfare, I'll happily take your calls. Just call Robin. Contact Robin and we'll work something out.
Beautiful. Look at you brokering Super Bowl trip deals on the radio.
I mean, I could be, listen, I've been to 50-something Super Bowls. So I'll be there. If you need me to be your correspondent, I will be an exclusive correspondent
for Kale and
anybody that doesn't want to send people. I could be the Kale and Company Super Bowl correspondent.
Yeah, we'll need
and go
that.
live every morning.
Yeah.
With exclusive content not available on any other sports network.
By the way, some YouTube chatters not happy with what you're saying, Kale. Tommy G says he has horrible calls and acts like a teenager, meaning Nick Sirianni.
Okay. He's won 7 out of 10 games every time he coaches for 10 games. He's won 14, 11, and he's 10-2 this year. Find me another coach with a better record over the last 4 years than Nick Sirianni, perhaps not named Andy Reid.
Vicky writes, Nick, he has been stripped of his coaching last year, and OC and DC took over. He's a cheerleader on the sidelines with a clipboard.
Okay. He shaved his head and he's won 8 games.
See, I told you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in Philly.
Good. You want Doug Peterson back?
Newman Price, who we all love, says
Yes.
he's whiny and sulky by himself on the sidelines.
Yeah.
The players love the guy. The players love the guy.
True.
Remember, when they lost the Super Bowl a couple years ago, and then their two coordinators took head coaching jobs, one at Indy and one in Arizona, and they've gone to success. They had to bring in new coordinators, and the guys they brought in last year didn't work. And so what did they do? They got rid of those guys and then brought in Vic Fangio and the guy from Dallas who they hated in Dallas,
Kellen Moore.
and now apparently is going to get all kinds of interviews
for
head coaching opportunities like in Chicago and other openings. So the guy that we used to mock in Dallas, who's the Eagles' offensive coordinator now, is now a hot head coaching prospect. So when you come to a good team and you have success, like the guys the Eagles have hired this year after the debacle last year when they brought in defensive guys, former Philly guys, they brought in a bunch of cast-offs, and they brought these guys in, and they all sucked. Their defense was horrible. They drafted well. They got young players. They got 2 of the best young cornerbacks. They got a bunch of young guys in the defensive line. They have rebuilt this thing instantly, and that's hard to do in the NFL, especially to keep the consistency that the Eagles have had is hard to do. And Howie Roseman deserves credit, and Nick Sirianni deserves credit.
I think they're going to go into Detroit in the playoffs on the road and beat them soundly.
Wow.
Soundly.
Can we just let's take it one game
like
at a
Trump
time.
beating Kamala in Michigan.
Let's complain about the Eagles
Soundly.
being 12-point favorites at home against Carolina and finding a way to keep it. You watch.
I'm on that game. I'm on Carolina.
If that game is
I'm not
close,
touching that game. I'm not touching that
if
game.
that game is close,
it will be.
You wait till you see. Go on Twitter during the game when it's being played, and if it's a close game and they're not blowing Carolina out of the link, you'll see people going crazy. Oh my God!
It's a trap game, Tone.
I told you this team.
They got
I
Pittsburgh
told you
next
this team
week.
was not going to be able to continue this all the way through the end.
Kale's 100% right. It's a trap game. It's 100%
It is a trap game.
And I hate to do
How are they 12-point favorites?
Right. Well, yeah, it's because Carolina's playing well. But you know what? This is one of those things where I'm going to do a Tony Bruno of 12 years ago. Would you rather be the Jets right now, Eagle? For all the Eagle fans in the YouTube chat right now that are hot about Nick Sirianni, he's a boob. You think the Jets would love to have a coach right now that wins 7 out of 10 games? Phil Almquist would chop off his genitalia for a 70% winning head coach in the league. And he goes.
I think he would do it for less than that. But again, I don't know.
Football.
I mean,
He's going to Jacksonville next week.
Phil's on an NFL stadium tour watching his horrific franchise.
Jacksonville and the New York Jets. Could you think of 2 worse teams?
Thank
and
God
by the
there's
way,
good weather.
I want Phil to know that it's not warm in Jacksonville this time of the year. I mean, it's way far north here. So when it's cold up there, it's not cold down here in Southwest Florida. It's too north for me. I'm sorry.
I mean, Jacksonville is basically Georgia, right?
It's like South
Georgia,
Tony?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Right.
Not that there's anything wrong with it.
No. Did we cover everything? What did we miss? Oh, here's the last one I wanted to ask you about. Mark Cuban and Charles Barkley in the last couple of days have come out and said that this is amazing. Mark Cuban, by the way, the guy that was paid money to promote and be a surrogate for Kamala Harris, who in the meantime has morphed into Rachel Maddow from a physical appearance standpoint, now says that he and Charles Barkley, if they were the Democrat ticket in 2028, would be a lock to win the election. Your thoughts?
By the way, they were joking around. Ernie Johnson
I
and that
don't
podcast.
know about that.
Yes, they were. Come on, man.
Cuban's
I mean,
got
I
Cuban's
vote
got
for
an
Charles
ego.
Barkley. Mark Cuban has now relegated himself to going on the Hawk Tua podcast. That's what he's doing.
It's true.
Now.
You're
I'm not making that up.
No, you're not.
And now they're claiming that the Hawk Tua girl apparently scammed people out of crypto.
Oh,
who the hell's buying
man.
crypto from the Hawk Tua girl?
Whoa.
No.
Is that true? Real? I didn't see that. Boy, she better not come out of the hotel
That's
at
what's
6
going.
a.m.
That's the word spreading on the intranet. That the Hawk Tua girl is now being investigated for scamming people out of crypto.
Wow.
At least she's hotter than Sam Bankman-Fried. I mean, you gotta give her that.
True.
Or his girlfriend.
Or Sam Brinton, the klepto guy. Whatever happened to him? Where's he at?
91 LSXer
I
says
think he's at
Tony's
the airport. I saw him standing in line at Philadelphia International when the airport line was all the way back out to Delaware Avenue. That's how far back it was. People getting out of town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You a 91 LSXer was saying what?
Oh, he said Tony's wearing Mark Cuban's shirt.
Dang.
Wow, Bruno, they're taking swipes at you, man.
It's Lesbian Appreciation Day.
Can't believe that.
I look at my calendar, I see what the day is, and I stand with lesbians.
Tony comes on every week.
I sit with lesbians too. Whatever lesbians want me to do, I'll do.
I hear that.
So that's what I do.
It's amazing. Tony comes on weekly out of the goodness of his heart in his hometown, and he's catching strays in the YouTube chat.
It's amazing.
That's not
Exactly right,
Come on,
man.
folks. It's the holidays. Let's go.
Exactly.
All right. We'll come back. We'll get to a big three from Dawn. Tony's going to stick around, give some commentary on some of these stories. Do we have a movie clip today? I think Jimmy Kelly said we was going to look for one. I don't know if we have one in the hopper.
Oh, we do.
We do?
Oh, this is a good one, too.
All right, let's
This is a
get
good
to
one,
it.
too.
Morning
Do you have
mystery
the-
movie clip.
Do you have the prize in front of you?
I'll find it.
All right, cool.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kale and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
In the 1960s, there was a young man graduated from University of Michigan. Did some brilliant work in mathematics, specifically bounded harmonic functions. Then he went on to Berkeley, was assistant professor, showed amazing potential. Then he moved to Montana, and he blew the competition away.
Yeah, so who was he?
Ted Kaczynski.
Never heard of him.
Hey, Timmy. Yo. Who's Ted Kaczynski? Uniball.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. We gotta give this kid direction.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, today's prize, a pair of tickets to see Yannick's holiday mixtape. It's coming up on December 12th. That is a week from today at Marian Anderson Hall in Philadelphia. Tickets available at ensembleartsphilly.org.
Peter S. says it's not angels with filthy souls.
Oh, that's right. That's what Kevin watches in Home Alone.
Oh, what a great reference.
Yes.
Peter M. Or is that no Peter S. You win YouTube today.
All right, we'll see if we get our winner. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Tony will stick around. Robin's big three. Well, if Robin has a big three as well, she can do one too. We'll do Dawn's big three, Robin's big three. We'll get a big three from Phil. Everybody will get a big three. Back after this.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know that men across the country are getting their ED meds at TriRexMD.com and saving thousands of dollars? TriRexMD.com has FDA-approved ED meds and is now offering sample packs. Listen to what guys are saying about TriRexMD.com.
My partner thinks that I am a rock star.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is definitely much happier.
I walk a little taller when I'm using the product, knowing what the results are going to be.
Because it is effective, I say I'm on a second honeymoon.
It's literally life-changing.
Visit TryRexMD.com. Your consultation is free, there's no copays, no doctor office visits, and your shipping is always free. You can now access a 30-day sample pack at TryRexMD.com with generics, if appropriate. Visit TryRexMD.com right now to get your sample pack. That's TryRexMD.com.
Looking for that unique gift or hard-to-find collectible? Look no further than Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys. Nicholas Smith has over 60,000 items for you to shop at both NicholasSmithTrains.com and NicholasSmithToys.com. But come into the store on Westchester Pike Broomall and get lost in old and new technology. Pretend play, RC and slot cars, Western play, Madame Alexander dolls, mechanical robots, superhero action figures, Playmobil, Lego, Disney, and much, much more. Right off the Blue Route, visit Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys this holiday or any day.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Dreaming of a new bathroom?
Emmons Remodeling can turn your dreams into reality.
From modern shower or bath surround upgrades to complete remodels, our team of designers and remodeling construction experts deliver stunning results. We use high-quality materials to ensure that your bathroom will look great and last for years to come.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
To inside and out.
at Emmons, we have you covered.
This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through Hims.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through Hims.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Out of all the reindeers, you know you're the mastermind. Run, run, Rudolph. Randolph ain't too far behind.
You can just picture Dawn, Larbear, and the kids running down the hallway of the airport trying to get their flight. If you know, you know. Scene from Home Alone. Kale and Company as we continue. Tony Bruno with us here on this Thursday, live from Florida in his beautiful red flannel.
Yeah.
That's right. What was it, Tony? National Lesbian Day, right?
Lesbian Appreciation Day.
Yeah.
Please.
Yes. Get it right, Nick.
Please.
Get it right.
Please.
I think Ron in Aston has gotten it right. It's the Morning Mystery movie clip, and he's going to win a prize in a few moments. Ron, good morning. What movie did we play for you?
Hey, Nick, wasn't that Good Will Hunting?
That is correct, sir. That is correct. Congratulations. You've
One
got
of my favorites.
the Yannick tickets coming up next week.
By the way, you want to feel old? That movie came out today in 1997. Wow. There you go.
There you go. All right. Congratulations, Ron. You got the tickets 27 years ago.
27 years ago today.
Yeah, I was 13 at the time.
It was a much simpler time.
It was.
Thank
It
you.
was. All right, Tony's going to stick around because we have a Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 at 9:30.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kale and Company.
Big 3 sponsored this morning by McCausland Lock and Alarm. Well, we've got some new details and new developments this morning in that manhunt for the masked gunman who shot and killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson this morning. Police calling it premeditated, brazen, a targeted attack outside that New York City hotel this morning. Reports of a police search warrant for a location in the city where the suspect may have been staying. I want to get to the wife because there's something new about the wife. The gunman firing at Thompson, striking his back, his right calf, before running off somewhere into Central Park. And there's an e-bike investigation. Did he plant that e-bike? That's going on. NYPD reportedly investigating the message engraved on the shell casings. The words deny, depose, defend, which pundits believe refers to a book condemning insurance companies who profit by denying those life-saving claims. New photos released showing the hooded suspect at a nearby Starbucks before he executed Thompson. And detectives say they recovered the cup and other evidence now being tested for the suspect's DNA. And so here's the part about his wife. Now we're learning that Thompson and his estranged wife, Paulette, they were separated. And they were living in separate homes less than a mile apart in suburban Maple Grove, Minnesota. Remember, they have two sons. And so is this something else? His wife, Paulette, practicing physical therapist, disclosed that her husband previously received threats. That quote was going around yesterday. And then she referenced apparently yesterday a lack of coverage, meaning a lack of security, because he did not have any security detail. And so in this case, people saying, a lot of people did not realize that they were holding this secret, that they were in fact separated. Was there a nasty divorce brewing? Was there something else going on? Does that lead us to a motive? Makes me think of earlier this morning when you guys were, I think, Greg, you were saying it's too clean, the fact that these engraved words were on the bullets. Dun,
Okay.
dun, dun.
It looks to me like a smokescreen. Like I'm gonna put something like that on the shell casing to just show, like, hey, look, I'm a disgruntled,
Insurance customer.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. Physical trainer, though, you said, huh?
Physical what?
Physical trainer, or you said she is the estranged wife as a...
Yeah, she's for 20 years, she's a physical therapist.
Okay.
For 20 years now. So cops using drones, choppers, search dogs. going through Central Park and looking at a lot of activity, obviously, for this killer, and it's making international news. We are, of course, on verdict watch. No verdict in the trial of Daniel Penny, charged in the death of Jordan Neely on the subway last year. Jurors are scheduled to resume their deliberations in less than half an hour. So jurors gathering as I speak. We've talked about that.
I got a feeling we're going to get a verdict this week. Don't you think so?
Yes.
Either today or tomorrow?
9 hours so far.
Tony, quickly, do you think? How do you think the verdict's going to come down on the Daniel Penny trial?
I mean, anybody with common sense could look at it, especially when you have the people on the subway saying that what he was doing was keeping a crazy guy from killing people or seriously wounding them. So, the thing that bothers me is it's taking so long. This to me should be an open and shut case. Yeah. So I think that hopefully there's either a hung jury because have you seen the judge in this case, by the way? Have you seen the judge?
No.
This judge allowed other criminals to get away with stuff, but she's really going hard on this guy, the district attorney who's prosecuting this guy. Mm-hmm. And so that's the thing that bothers me. But I think the facts are clear, and anybody who's been on a subway, whether it's New York or Philly, and sees that one crazy person, someone who obviously has things going on in their brain, and they're out loud saying that they want to kill somebody today, if especially a military guy, all the evidence shows that he just put him in a hold. He didn't kill him. He didn't even know. He went home, and they didn't come back to him until 2 weeks after that this guy died. So, I mean, I think the evidence is overwhelming. And to me, some people are making it about race. It doesn't matter. The people on the train, there were a lot of people of all different races who were saying what he did, what Daniel Penny did, was not trying to kill the guy. He was trying to subdue him until police showed up.
Right.
Number 3 in the big 3, dogs and cats. And what they tell about our politics. A new survey says... Dog owners strongly favored Trump, while cat owners were more divided. Women with only cats leaning toward Harris.
Childless cat ladies?
Yes.
Also, J.D. Vance is not incorrect with what he said.
Wait a minute. We have 2 cats, and Robin's a cat lady. I mean, we love dogs, but we didn't get a dog yet because we don't want to have a dog in a condo.
Right.
But, we're not childless cat ladies or cat daddies, and I didn't vote for Kamala, and I don't think Robin voted for Kamala. So she's a cat lady, so that blows that survey is wrong.
No. It says, let me
window.
clarify. That was the headline. Yeah. So this is, by the way, this is the AP Votecast, and it says President-elect Donald Trump won slightly more than half of voters who own either cats or dogs, with big help from the dog owners. They surveyed more than 120,000 voters. So the deal is about 2/3 of the voters say they own a dog or a cat, but those more likely to be 100% for Trump are the dog people. But to your point, Tony Bruno, the number about cat owners where it's a single lady who never had children and she's living alone with a cat or cats.
So Keith Olbermann.
Yes.
Those individuals went for Kamala Harris. So couples like you and
that's
Robin,
a no-brainer.
Yeah.
That's a no. So Robin is not a single childless cat woman.
Right.
By the way, Sarah Weiss.
Sarah, we love you.
The widow of the late great Sid Weiss is in our chat, and she says, I'm a cat lady, and even her cats are Trumpers.
Right.
Oh. So
are they MAGA kitties?
Exactly. MAGA kitties.
Right, but you're not you and Sid together loves your cats. You know what I mean? So they're saying a woman who is single, didn't have a man in her life, wasn't married, whatever. Those individuals 100% for Kamala Harris.
Oh.
That's
we're not demonizing women who don't have children. Nobody's we're demonizing women who have cats, no children, and voted for Kamala Harris.
Hey, trust me.
That's a specific targeted group.
Tony, every time I give my debit card to Starbucks to get my daughters those $8 drinks, I wish I was a childless cat lady, okay? Because they got more money in the bank than I do.
Well, in updating
By the way, remember the story about Trump saying that people were eating dogs and eating cats?
Yeah.
They actually just arrested somebody and put him in jail for eating a cat.
Yeah,
I saw that.
You know, a cat or a dog.
That photo of that or that video of that woman.
Horrible.
But she wasn't. She was an American citizen and
American-born woman.
Yeah. She was just crazy.
Yeah, she just watches The View.
No, we're really. By the way, just updating you on this, the story of a missing dog.
Yeah.
A little doggy napper story out of Philadelphia. So Tralee Hale Ringo, the mom of Philadelphia Eagles cornerback Keely Ringo, making a desperate plea to the people who stole her beloved Shih Tzu and from a Port Richmond Target store, October 28th. Please return my little doggy, she says. This last month has been a nightmare. She was at the Target store. Doggy got away from her. You see 4 young individuals scooping up the dog, taking the cute little Shih Tzu who's in a little tutu, and she is offering a reward for the dog.
Tony has brought his cat into the program now.
This is Miss Lily here. She's a mom of 13.
She's beautiful.
She's not single, though. She is, but there she is. This is the beautiful little Lily.
Wow.
She heard all the cat talk, and she came and said, I got to get a piece of this.
That's right.
That's a beautiful
Right,
cat,
Lily?
by the way.
She's gorgeous.
Yeah, she's a rag doll.
Yeah. Look at that.
Wow.
Look how beautiful.
YouTube.com/1210 WPHT.
Yes.
Tony, real fast, what do you think of purse dogs?
Purse dog?
Yeah.
I'm not a big yapping dog
Yeah,
guy. It's not a Siamese. People always get them confused with Siamese, but she's a rag doll from Chicago. She was in Chicago before Lori Lightfoot and the latest mayor, who's an absolute nutcase. So she made it out alive.
That's good.
No, she's a rag doll. She had 13 babies.
Wow.
Wow.
She's beautiful.
She got it on a lot, huh?
Yeah.
Well, you only need to get it on twice. It was 7 and then 6.
My God.
Frisky kitty.
Dang.
It's a litter.
Frisky cat.
Yeah, so in this one, the little Shih Tzu, the little doggy, who's probably about the size of your sweet kitty cat, Tony, they are offering that reward, and it's an Eagles player's mom.
Saw the video. I saw the video. Steve Keeley posted it. The people walking into that Target and then walking out, and apparently they stole the dog, or they picked up the dog and ran out with it to their car.
Yeah.
So it's 2 women, 2 young women, 2 men, the 4 of them, and they've posted the video, like you said, Steve Keeley and everybody really now it's making national news as they're posting the video of these people just saying no questions asked, please, and police have been involved too.
Yeah.
Please return the little dog.
Yes. Or Keely Ringo's going to get you. on punt coverage.
I'm telling you guys, I know you don't want to hear it. That dog is pit bull food. I'm telling you.
No.
It's gone.
Yes.
He's out of here.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
I know. I break the honest truth here. That's what I break.
Oh.
I feel for that dog.
I feel for him.
We are sponsored by McCausland Lock and Alarm. Business owners count on McCausland Lock and Alarm to secure and control access to their facilities, featuring top-of-the-line equipment, industry-leading customer service, as well as owner Tom McCausland's wealth of experience. McCausland Lock and Alarm, securing your business, securing your future. Thank you, McCausland Lock and Alarm, for sponsoring our Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Tony Bruno, thank you very much.
We love you.
Enjoy the rest of your flannel
Thank you, guys.
Thursday.
Go Eagle, go Bird! Go Bird! He couldn't hit a bull's ass with a bass fiddle.
Exactly. Tony, thank you, brother.
All right, guys, have a great one.
Good night, everybody. We'll talk to you. Good night, everybody. We'll come back. We'll get to Today in Music History from Phil Almquist, and also what's on tap for the Dawn Show. But what's on tap for you right now? That's very simple. You're going to have to download that DuckDuckGo app. Why? And, well, it's incentivized. We're going to give you a 30-day free trial. How about that? From 7 days to a new 30-day free trial simply by going to duckduckgo.com/1210. What an offer for you. And the main thing here, yes, it's a subscription-based service. Yes, it's 3-in-1. But the main element for me personally is the personal information removal. After I activated my own personal account, I came to the realization that there were 52 different files on the internet out there with my personal information. And in less than 48 hours, 17 of those 52 records gone, deleted, removed from the internet. Because this is dangerous stuff, right? We were talking about it earlier today with the United Healthcare CEO. All the information on the internet, and people can do bad things. Now it's removed, and you'll know. You can actually watch this happen in real time as these things are removed. Privacy Pro, a 3-in-1 subscription service, which also includes the VPN, the personal information removal, and identity theft restoration. God forbid they ever steal your identity. DuckDuckGo will restore it and make you whole again. Do it today. Just go to duckduckgo.com/1210 for a new 30-day free trial.
And we got to talk about my kitchen, because when it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built an incredible reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, to those all-important storage solutions, Kitchen Magic gets the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes reality without all the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. Just go to kitchenmagic.com. Get this on the calendar. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste of Omaha Steaks. It's guaranteed perfection in every single bite. And right now, you can save on unforgettable gifts with 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, they consistently deliver the world's best steak experience. And the gifting experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to deliver that perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages featuring gourmet favorites. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more, save 50% off site-wide for a limited time at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com. That's omahasteaks.com. And an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
Hey, radio listeners, don't miss the Legacy Box Cyber Week sale going on now.
You've heard about Legacy Box all year long, and with our Cyber Week sale, now is the time to take advantage of our best sale of the year. Legacy Box is the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. It's simple, safe, and has been trusted by millions.
That's right, it's our best sale of the year. Right now, when you go to LegacyBox.com, you can save an unreal 65% on your Legacy Box.
And for a limited time, you can preserve your tapes, film reels, and photos for as low as $27, saving you hundreds.
Hurry, our best sale of the year won't last long. Visit LegacyBox.com for an unreal 65% off during our Cyber Week sale. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Shop our Cyber Week sale now at LegacyBox.com/value to take 65% off. Buy your Legacy Box today and send in when you're ready. LegacyBox.com/value.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Happy holidays to all. It's the perfect time to talk about Rescue Natural Supplements and their Deck the Hall sale, because right now you can save up to 78% on exceptional natural supplements for every area of your health. From essentials like omega-3s, probiotics, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and more. And the best part? Over a dozen health-boosting rescue products are marked down under $20. Get started. Stock up today. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. With Rescue, you can reinforce your immune system, boost energy, and reach your health goals. Again, there's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So get a head start on your health. Visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
Most of us don't fit in the clothes we wore 30 years ago. And financial advice from 30 years ago doesn't fit either. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty, that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Listen, here's the secret to your holiday savings. Ready? You can get gifts starting at just $3.99. Toys from Disney, Mattel, Barbie, Sonic, Looney Tunes, Fisher-Price, Play-Doh, Nerf, Hot Wheels, and more. You can put a bow on these brands and won't break the bank. Adidas, Champion, Puma, Reebok, Converse, True Religion, DKNY, and Levi's are all at prices so low, they're basically a gift. The savings are hiding at You can put a bow on these brands and won't break the bank.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Listen to the girl as she takes on half the world.
9:49. It is a Thursday morning, Kale and Company, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Getting some texts about some flurries in Bucks and Montgomery County.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, be careful out there.
Bread and milk.
Rush to get all your toilet paper.
I'll be driving through that on the way home.
Winters are coming.
By the way, Phil,
Yes.
you'll be happy to know your camera's frozen again. It's just amazing.
I love the fact that it's about 6 feet 1 inches tall now, so I can just run full speed like.
Well, that's there for a reason.
And actually,
today.
during the break, his froze too. So we've been dealing with it all day.
By the way, Paul J. Swanholm on the YouTube or on the Twitters says Nick Sirianni has the same percentage as Nick does on his civil service test.
That's right, 70%, which is damn good. Thank you for confirming that.
So that's why.
Yeah.
That's why you're a Sirianni cheerleader.
That's
today.
right. That's right. Not all 7 out of 10s are created equally, though. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? We find out in just about 3 or 4 minutes. But right now, let's get to Phil Almquist, who would gladly take a coach with a winning percentage of 70%.
Oh, my God, I would pay for that right now.
You would. What would you pay for season tickets right now if Sirianni and Jalen Hurts were the Jets
Triple
quarterback?
what I pay right now.
Triple.
It's
unbelievable. See how great the ingrates in this city. Anyway,
this is why we would live in Philly.
That's right. All right, let's get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kale and Company.
Today, December 5th, we celebrate the birthday of Jim Messina, who's 77. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Jack Russell from Great White, Little Richard, and Sonny Boy Williamson. We also lost Denny Lane from the Moody Blues on this day in 2023, Doug Hopkins from the Gin Blossoms in 93, and jazz artist Dave Brubeck in 2012. Sings the Coot All Over You by Live in 94, Riding the Storm Out by REO Speedwagon in 73, and Twilight of the Gods by Blind Guardian in 2014. Albums include Band on the Run by Paul McCartney and Wings in 73, Let It Bleed by the Stones in 68, Damaged by Black Flag in 81, Balls to the Wall by Accept in 83, and Renegade by Rage Against the Machine in 2000. Also in 84, Beverly Hills Cop opens in theaters. In 80, Flash Gordon with a theme song by Queen does the same thing. On that same day in 80, U2 play their first U.S. show. And in 76, Music Weekly New Musical Express, or NME for short, review the Sex Pistols' debut single, Anarchy in the UK, saying, and I quote, Johnny Rotten sings flat, The song is laughably naive, and the overall feeling is of a third-rate Who imitation.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Wow.
pretty harsh.
Yeah.
But lastly, on this day in 87, the band The Jesus and the Mary Chain were banned on a music TV show after complaints of blasphemy when the group's name was flashed across the screen. The CBS show asked the band to be called Jank, or spelled out Janc, Jesus and the Mary Chain, but the group said no. Big shock. I wouldn't either. For Kale and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Unbelievable.
These people.
By the way,
Who are these people?
That was the last song that I played coming back from the break, was the Jesus and Mary Chain.
There you go. And by the
Awesome.
way, even
It all
though
comes full circle.
even though
Just like
box
honey.
4 looks empty and the seat is empty and the microphone is empty, it's not.
unbelievable.
It's occupied.
It's unbelievable.
And it's occupied by Phil.
No, it's just the
ghost of Phil
and
Almquist.
I you know,
It's the ghost of Almquist past. As we now go ready for the future. 7 minutes from now.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
The Dawn Stensland Show.
Hey, heads up. Dangerous National Weather Service putting this out here, these warnings of snow squalls.
Oh, boy.
A dangerous snow squall minutes ago was located along a line extending from, because you mentioned Bucks County.
Mhm.
So it's right near Doylestown, and it's moving east at 30 miles an hour. So hazardous, intense bursts of heavy snow, gusty winds, and rapidly falling visibility as these temperatures drop and this weather intensifies. Please be safe.
Is this still that cold front that
Yes.
that sat over Erie, PA, and the Great Lakes and all that stuff?
I believe so.
Yeah, because that dumped like 6 feet of snow.
I know. I hate cold fronts.
Travel will become difficult and potentially dangerous within minutes.
Yep.
So all these warnings going out.
And
So heads
it's
up.
Traveling at 30 miles an hour, and within minutes I'll be traveling at about 80 miles an hour.
No,
stop.
no,
What
you
is
got to
wrong
be
with you?
safe. Don't even say that.
Those snow squalls are nothing to mess with, by the way. Because you're
Pull
driving,
over.
you're driving, and all of a sudden you can't see.
Yeah, my ridgeline can handle anything.
No, stop.
Courtesy of the Piazza Auto Group.
I see what you
All
did
right,
there.
Dawn, what do you got lined up top of the
Yeah,
hour?
so Michael Watley will return and we'll revisit all things Trump, talk about the transition, everything that's going on, because we know there's a lot happening, a lot of movement. We'll get the update and talk about elections, all of that with Michael Watley, great guest. And then, of course, at 11 o'clock, we'll go because we got jury deliberations. We have the search for a killer and all the latest. I've got some new developments I'm working on. And Sergeant Betsy Brantner Smith joins me in the 11 o'clock hour. So stay right there, buckle in. A lot going on today.
And we're also still on Shih Tzu watch.
And we're on Shih Tzu
I think
watch.
we're always on that. Right. Although Stalker thinks that is now pit bull meat.
hope
I've been told that it was very heartless of me to say that, but I'm just I'm telling you the reality of things. There are certain cultures here that still do the dogfighting thing, right?
Yeah.
It's not,
Mm-hmm. Could be. We'll see.
That's all I'm saying.
We'll find out.
Just bring the dog back to the Target store.
Nobody gets hurt.
That's why I asked the ethnicity.
That's right. Return the Shih Tzu to the retail establishment and nobody gets harmed.
Thank you.
There you go. Dawn Show coming up next. We're back tomorrow for a Friday edition of Kale and Company with Sean Farish and perhaps a second guest.
Ah, yes.
We'll let you know
Yes.
once confirmed.
It could be organized chaos again if these two are together.
Could.
Well,
Could.
Oh my goodness.
And they could be, yes, that's right. They could be together simultaneously.
Together simultaneously. It's gonna be a madhouse on a Friday.
Yes.
Awesome.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow at 6.
Good night, everybody.
You're a winner this winter when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. From now through December 28th, earn entries in slot and table games for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 2025 Land Rover Range Rovers, each valued at over $150,000. Drawings take place every Saturday with grand prize drawings on November 30th and December 28th. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare